Good morning, all of you. The CDS is here, and I would request all of you all to stand when he enters the hall. I request all of you all to stand up. A very good morning to all of you. Please be seated. On behalf of the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Center for China Analysis and Strategy, New Delhi, and Center for Advanced Strategic, Pune, I, Bharati Kokil, welcome you to the inaugural session of the third Strategic and Security Dialogue on Rise of China and its implications for the world. We begin with the university song. May I request everyone to stand while the song is being played. The university song.
लाख लाख कंठा तुनी हाच एक
Thank you. Please be seated. We now proceed with lighting of the lamp. Lighting of the lamp is a ritual we follow to invoke the presence of the Almighty. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to light the traditional lamp. The dignitaries lighting the traditional lamp. It's a ritual that we follow to invoke the presence of the Almighty. Thank you. Thank you, sirs, to do the honors. The Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Suresh Gosavi, would like to felicitate General Anil Chavan, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, Chief of the Defence Staff, on behalf of Savitribai Phule Pune University, with a shawl. With a shawl from Savitribai Phule Pune University, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Suresh Gosavi, felicitating the CDS with a shawl bouquet and a memento on behalf of Savitribai Phule Pune University. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Vijay Khare, Head, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Savitribai Phule Pune University, to deliver the welcome remarks. We would like to continue the felicitation. Okay, so Dr. Vijay Khare, sir, will felicitate Professor Gosavi, sir, first. Professor Gosavi, sir, to felicitate Ranade, sir, Jaydev Ranade. He is the President of Center for China Analysis and Strategy. I request Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor to Professor Gosavi felicitating Ranade, sir. Honorable Professor Vice Chancellor Parakalkar to felicitate Bhushan Gokhale, sir. Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, retired, PVSM, AVSM, VM, Director of CAS, Pune, is being felicitated by Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Savitribai Phule Pune University, Dr. Parakalkar. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Dr. Vijay Khare, Head, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, to welcome the audience.
A very good morning, respected Chief of Defense Staff, General Anil Chavan, PVSM, UISM, AVSM, SM, VSM, Lieutenant General A.K. Ramesh, Commandant College of CME, Commandant Military College of Engineering, Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar, AVSM, NM, Commandant National Defense Academy, Sri Jaydevji Ranade, President, Center for China Analysis and Strategy, Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, PVSM, AVSM, VM, Director, Center for Advanced Strategic Studies, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Professor Suresh Gosavi, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Professor Parag Kalkar, very eminent scholars in the August House, respected all decorated officers, my colleagues, representative from electronic and print media, invited chairpersons, speakers, especially our foreign friends, dear students and colleagues. I would like to welcome all experts, particularly who comes from different part of the country. On behalf of Savitribai Phule Pune University, I welcome to each one. I'm very happy today we are going to inaugurate third strategic dialogue on emergence of China and its implication on global security environment or global world. This strategic dialogue we have started from last 3 years, and this is the third strategic dialogue. We are going to have it. Before that, let me just give a background of the department. Department of Defense and Strategic Studies was established after 1962 war with China in 1963. The idea of establishing the department to the layman, particularly young generation, must understand what kind of threats we have, how to understand, conceptualize security issues. And Savitribai Phule Pune University established Department of Military History initially. Then in 80s, it was converted in Defense Studies. And then 90s, again, it has extended Defense and Strategic Studies. So this department is not just only focusing on understanding military issue or defense studies issue, also strategic issues. I'm very happy that this is one of the best learning center in the country where large number of decorated army officers, officers from the Indian Air Force are part of the department. At presently, we have 3 Chair of Excellence sponsored by Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and now we are also looking forward from Indian Navy. In 1994, first kind of Chair of Excellence was established by Indian Army to recall the memory of General B.C. Joshi. He was initiated this idea, and in fact, this is the only university we have put the name of the general in one university gate, and when His Excellency means the Honorable General Chavan entered in their side, the name of the gate is the General B.C. Joshi Gate. I'm very happy that in 1994 onwards, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies doing excellent work. In fact, recently, in 2020, there was a call for sponsoring the Chair of Excellence in the Indian military history, and myself represented were interviewed, and we got a 2 crore grant from Ministry of Defense, and this is the first kind of department which is dedicated study is going on understanding carry out the Indian military history. Then before that, Indian Air Force initiated the idea that we need to establish a Chair of Excellence in the name of Marshal of the Air Force, Air Marshal Arjun Singh, and we also interviewed, and we got another chair from Indian Air Force. I'm very happy, sir. This department is not only having an interaction with the Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, Indian Army, but at the same time, we have conducting different courses which are different. In fact, this department has a master degree in MAMS in Defense and Strategic Studies. Every year, Indian Army is sending around 20 army officers above the rank of colonel and brigadier. They are with us. Some of them are doing independent research. Some of them are working, they are getting a master's degree. And whatever they do research, we are sending to the MOD for the policy of, options, whatever their recommendation comes, and that is a dedicated work they are submitting in the department. I'm also happy that this department is also conducting new courses, particularly to understand geopolitics and military geography. We are going to start new course in next year. That is a master program in geopolitics and international relation, undergraduate program in fire integrated geopolitics and international relation, as well as to considering the nature and understanding of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Very few policy makers aware about the understanding of what kind of strategic thinking he has developed. So we have first department in the country. For initially, we come up with the postgraduate diploma in Chhatrapati Maharaj vision and nation building, and now we are going to convert that PG diploma into the master program, which is going to be sponsored by Government of Maharashtra, as well as Savitribai Phule Pune University is going to contribute in that. I am very happy, sir. We have large number of students. When initially started the department activity in 2017, their total number of the students are around 40, but now we have extended 11 postgraduate diploma and few master program, and total strength is around 400. Some of the courses online and offline. This is one of the best learning center in the, not only in Maharashtra, but in the country. And I'm trying to convert this department is one of the best center of learning in it. It's not only in India, but in South Asia. So I'm very happy, sir. You have given a time to us. Our student, our faculty is willingly interact with you, as well as welcoming you. Once again, I welcome each one for going to attend this program. This is the third strategic dialogue. First strategic dialogue we had in 2022, and that time Mr. Peter Riemele, former resident representative of India to Konrad Adenauer Germany, he inaugurated the first strategic dialogue. The second strategic dialogue, Chief of General Manoj Pandey, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, ADC, and Chief of Army Staff, he inaugurated second strategic dialogue. And today, sir, you are going to inaugurate third strategic dialogue on China. I am very happy to welcome once again on behalf of Savitribai Phule Pune University. My understanding about this topic after US election, if you understand that China, after coming US election, entire geopolitics, entire international security environment is going to shift after US election, and lot of happening is going on. And in the changing nature of global security environment, each one must understand where will be a China, where will be India, and what kind of our strategy should be focused. And in that context, we have organized this dialogue. Very eminent scholars, very eminent speakers we have invited. Some of them are also going to speak online. And all this event is open for across our university affiliated colleges student also. So I'm very happy that around 5 to 6 lakh students are also watching this event online, and we have make it on website. And this message is going to not only in Indian student or Savitribai Phule Pune University, but this message is going to everyone. So with this word, once again, thanks for giving your valuable time. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I now request Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, retired, PVSM, AVSM, VM, Director of Center for Advanced Strategic Studies, Pune, to address the August gathering.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Vice Chancellor, respected Pro-Vice Chancellor, for us three organizations who are doing this strategic dialogue for the third year, led by Sri Jaydev Ranade, Dr. Khare, and the Center for Advanced Strategic Studies. It's indeed a privilege that we have with us the Chief of Defense Staff, who will be giving us the inaugural address shortly. Thank you very much for coming all the way from Delhi this morning and being here in the university. Incidentally, university is celebrating 75th year, so I think that's another landmark, and we would be really happy that you are here for this dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also glad to mention to you that a large number of students are sitting behind, which is a very healthy sign. Because rise of China, I think, is something that all of us are worried about. On the 3rd of May, 1998, just a few days after the departure of Chinese Defense Minister, General Fu Hongqiu, from China and his delegation, Mr. George Fernandez, then the Minister of Defense, declared China as threat number 1. Some, of course, read it as enemy number 1. He also mentioned that Chinese are not only helping Pakistan, but also interfering in many neighboring countries of India and in anti-India activities. He also said that what has come to known as a string of pearls, he mentioned that in that particular speech, and about the nuclear weapons which China had deployed in Tibet. He also cautioned that India, which has been kind of not really taking this into seriously after 62 debacle, should work to ensure that this threat is somewhat tackled. Within 15 days of this speech by Sri George Fernandez, we had the Pokhran II test on 18th of May. And then Chinese took us seriously. Otherwise, till that time, they mentioned George Fernandez speaking something which was out of the diplomatic circle. And then, of course, there have been consistent efforts to try and have dialogue with China. There have been a lot of treaties, but of course the Chinese have not been ensuring that they live up to those treaties. And then, of course, recently we have seen a standoff for almost 4 years plus, which is going on in Tibet, the Ladakh standoff, and what we have had is casualties in Galwan sector. Are the Chinese wanting to build and become the superpower number 1? Are they wanting to bully everybody? Because that is now what is worrying the whole world. And that is why the title talks about not just India, but the entire world. Because while India has taken certain amount of positions, it was the US and the Western countries which allowed Chinese to be the manufacturing hub, and thereby they got into all kinds of trouble when COVID happened, and subsequently, even till now, there are supply chain problems. And there is, of course, the Indo-Pacific, which has now become a very important issue. But is this how the Chinese would like to grow? Because I remember soon after 62, there was a movie in 63, and the actor was Marlon Brando. The movie was Ugly American. It talked about flexing muscles in Southeast Asia and how the Americans were losing face, diplomatically or otherwise. I hope the Chinese are not trying to repeat that kind of a mistake and what would come to the term as ugly Chinese in the years to come. To this, many questions that we all have, and that's why this particular seminar, we have a number of sessions. Soon after the inaugural address by the CDS, we will have the first session between Mr. Jaydev Ranade and Nitin Gokhale, talking about China's strategic agenda, and thereafter China's hybrid warfare, chaired by Air Marshal Soman, and the speakers are Good Captain Ajay Lele, Nitin Gokhale, N.C. Bipendra, and Dr. Kiran Karnik. Tomorrow, we start again at 10:30 with the first session as regional hotspots, chaired by Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, who was the former ambassador to China, Bhutan, and Pakistan. It will be participated by Mrs. Namrata Hasija, Colonel Nalin Heret, and Dr. Alwai Nigboja. After tea, there would be a roundtable which will be chaired by me, and the speakers are Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, Lieutenant General Khalita, who was the Commander Eastern Army Command Chill recently, Vice Admiral Anup Singh, and Ambassador Gautam Bambawale. This will be followed by a valedictory session in which we will be listening to Dr. Shailendra Devlankar, and of course the three of us would try and sum up some of the things that we have heard in 2 days. I'm sure there will be enough time for chairs would give it for question answers, and we will welcome them. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Jaydeva Ranade, President, Center for China Analysis and Strategy, New Delhi, to address the gathering. Mr. Jaydev Ranade, President, Center for China Analysis and Strategy.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chancellor, Mr. Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean of the Department, Air Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, I think we all together are grateful and privileged that the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, is here with us at this important seminar where we are discussing China's rise. Ladies and gentlemen of the distinguished audience, what we hope to bring to you over the next 1.5 days are various facets of the challenges that China has thrown up for us. I think I would not be remiss in saying that India faces challenges not only on its land borders, but it's a diplomatic challenge and an environmental challenge that we are confronted with from China. And these will be discussed over the next 2 days. I'll invite your attention particularly to the last session, where we have literally a galaxy of speakers, participants from the different services and from our diplomatic service, who will be pushing the envelope in a sense and trying to look ahead as to what the future of India-China relationship would be, and trying to see what form and shape it would take. I have requested them to try and really push the envelope, not go way beyond the limits, but at least a little bit, so that we can start thinking out of the box. I would like to share with you that while this is the third session that we are having in Pune for the third year in a row, the effort of the Center for China Analysis and Strategy has been not to keep the study and discussion on China confined to Delhi, where we have enough people who are looking at geopolitical situation and scenarios, but to bring it outside Delhi to different parts of India. And Pune, I chose, one is my own personal bias, but apart from that, this is where we have a large number of retired armed forces officers, civil service officers, and a lot of intellectuals. Pune has been the hub, educational hub of India for many, many years. And our objective is not only to come here and discuss it, but also to try and involve the people of Pune, the intelligentsia which is here, in these discussions. We have been making efforts, and I think we made some headway, and you will notice that among the speakers there are people from here. Next time we hope to have even more. But I'll just say that we are not only tailoring our discussions to the military aspect, but we are looking at the strategic aspects which involve a whole dimension, a wide dimension of issues. And I think I'll just wait for the various panels to start their discussions and leave for you to judge. Let me end again by thanking you, General Chauhan, for coming here I know that I had to twist your arm to get you here, but I am grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Professor Dr. Suresh Gosavi, to address the audience.
Namaskar, good morning. Honorable dignitaries sitting on the dais for this third strategic and security dialogue on rise of China and its implications for the world, which is organized by Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Savitribai Phule Pune University, General Anil Chauhan, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, Chief of Defense Staff. We have Air Chief Marshal Bhushan Gokhale, Mr. Jaydev Ranade, my colleague, Professor Parag Kadkar, Professor Vijay Khare, dignitaries of the dais, Commandant of NDA, Commandant of CME. I could see Jay Numranikar sir, then our mentor, Padma Shri Pramod Kade, other officers and dear colleagues and friends. It's indeed pleasure to welcome you on this beautiful campus of Savitribai Phule Pune University, which is second largest university in the state of Maharashtra. At one point of time, we are having 7.5 lakh students affiliated to us. Through our affiliated system, we have more than 1,200 institutes and colleges with us. It's the largest university. As far as the education is concerned in science and technology, we have been working in energy sector, environmental sector, and One Health sector. At the same time, cognitive science and complex system. As rightly mentioned, that Pune is known as education hub, IT hub, auto hub, and now it is taking a new identity as biomanufacturing and bioengineering hub, where in the department like chemistry, physics, and life sciences is deeply involved. As far as the ranking is concerned, on national ranking, we are second largest in the state, in the country. As far as the international ranking is concerned, Times Higher Education's groups and the QS ranking, we are in the bracket of 600 and 625. So as far as the internationalization of higher education is concerned, we are having a good rapport and cooperation with Melbourne University in Australia. We have been running BSc blended course since last 6 years. And with Drexel University in US, we are running a joint program where the students can carry out his or her first year at SPPU, and then for second year, he or she can go and to US and then entitled to get the US degree. This is what we have been doing. Of course, the particular this third strategic dialogue focus on emergence of China and its implication on global secret environment, which is the first dialogue which was happened on the campus, and this is the third one, wherein the discussion and deliberation will take place in this seminar, which will compile in the form of book or booklets, and which will be submitted to the Defense, Ministry of Defense and POM office. With this brief note, once again, I welcome you on this beautiful campus, and it's my pleasure to introduce you the chief guest for this, who will be giving the inaugural address, General Anil Chauhan, PVSM, UISM, AVSM, SM, VSM, is a alumnus of the National Defense Academy, Khadakwasla. In infantry officer, he was commissioned into the 6th Battalion, the 11th Gorkha Rifles in June 1981 from Indian Military Academy, Dehradun. The general officers has operational experience encompassing the wide spectrum of conflicts and terrain profile all across the country. He commanded his battalion on the line of control and the breach in the northeast. He returned to the valley to command 19th Infantry Division and commanded a corps in the northeast. He was General Officer, Commanding-in-Chief of the Eastern Command, and later was appointed as Military Advisor to the National Security Council Secretariat. The General Officer's operational tenure has been interserved with prestigious professional military education courses and staff instructional assignment. He is a graduate of DSSC Wellington, Army War College, Mahu, and National Defense College, New Delhi. He has been an instructor in Bhutan, UN military observer in Angola, served on staff in a mountain division and army headquarters, and has also tenanted the appointment of Director General Military Operation. He was awarded MPhil degree from Madras University in 2012 and has authored 2 books, Aftermath of Nuclear Attack, History of 11 Gorkha Rifles Regimental Center. The General Officer has assumed responsibility of a Chief of Defense Staff on 30th September 2022. With this brief introduction, once again I welcome you, sir, on this beautiful campus and request you to deliver your keynote address. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. General Anil Chavan, PVSM, UISM, AVSM, SM, VSM, Chief of the Defense Staff, to deliver the inaugural speech.
Honorable Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Dr. Suresh Gosavi, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Parag Kalkar. We have Dr. Vijay Khare, Dean, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Air Marshal Gokhale, who is Director, Center for Advanced Strategic Studies, and Sri Jaydev Ranade. Distinguished members of the audience, amongst which I can see a large number of serving officers whom I have known, and those retired, who have been former postmates and colleagues. Friends from the media, students who've joined us today, either physically or on a virtual kind of mode, good morning to everyone. Let me begin by saying that as an ex-NDA, which was mentioned by the Chancellor himself, that it's always a happy moment to come back to Pune. It's because I find it not only nostalgic, but also invigorating and exhilarating. Besides the National Defense Academy, Pune is home to a large number of military and defense establishments. It's also home to the legacy of Maharaj Chhatrapati Shivaji, the valiant Marathas, and the fearless Peshwas, thus making Pune an actual epicenter of strategic cultural thought. I'm glad to be here in Pune. First of all, I want to express my deepest appreciation to Savitribai Phule Pune University's Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Center for Advanced Strategic Studies Pune, and Center for China Analysis and Strategy for organizing this well-conceived seminar on China. Standing here within the premises of a premier educational institution and having been invited by a number of think tanks which are actually focused on China, I feel as a sense of duty and obligation to urge and exhort our scholars, business leaders, officers, and policy makers to focus their attention on China because its ambitions and shortcomings will, in my view, shape the nature of international environment for times to come. Napoleon purportedly had once said, "China is a sleeping giant. When she wakes, it will shake the world." That sounds prophetic and almost seems to be coming true. Today, the world stands at an important crossroad of history where a significant shift is taking place in the global power dynamics. Reflecting on Paul Kennedy's seminal work, The Rise and Fall of Great Powers, we are reminded of the cyclic nature of power and the intricate balance between military might and economic sustainability. The expansion of China's military capabilities and increasing strategic ambitions exhort us to reflect deeply on the world we aspire to live in. The pursuit of power without the grounding of ethical principles threatens not only the delicate balance of international relations, but also ideals like peaceful coexistence, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-interference, and mutual respect. All this that underpins the established norms of good international behavior. It's for that very reason that India's philosophy of Vasudev Kutumbakam, the world being one family, needs to be imbibed at a global stage. ladies and gentlemen, when Mr. Jaydev Ranade persuaded me, or in his word, arm twisted me, to come to Pune actually, and asked me to deliver this inaugural address for this particular seminar, he left the topic of my subject, he said it open-ended. He said, you're the CDS, you can speak on anything what you like. And the seminar was on China, and that actually made my job very, very difficult. I was contemplating, I was in a dilemma as to what should I speak on. I could have spoken on future war, future warfares. I could have spoken on reforms which we are undertaking in the armed forces, because the post of CDS actually has been created for, getting the armed forces to reform themselves. I could have spoken about military leadership, higher defense organizations. But then, of course, I settled down for something more contemporary for all of us. I thought I'll speak about a few challenges that I foresee that will affect our national security in times to come, and primarily because of another adversary. Then what I'll do is, after that, I'll articulate my views on two existential questions, actually, that are also in some way related to China, and that's the subject of the seminar. And why I'm doing so is because I'm in academic institutions. I thought that I'll talk about two issues. What should be the strategic outlook of India, whether we should have a continental kind of an approach or a maritime approach, and the role of Air Force in future combat. I think that will make Air Marshal Bhonsle very happy. Talking about challenges, let me begin by stating that we are all living in a very uncertain kind of world. The global geopolitics is in a state of flux. While some analysts may say that we are entering into an era of new Cold War, but others believe that the world order is entering into an era of global disorder. The established and recognized rules and maxims of diplomacy are fading away, and the new ones are emerging. Events are unfolding at a speed and pace that exceeds the ability of decision makers to react effectively. The fluidity of global dynamic mandates a paradigm shift in our comprehension of conflict and security. The emergence of new geopolitical actors and the proliferation of asymmetric threats blur the traditional boundaries between peace and war, necessitating an agile and adaptive response. The existing geopolitical uncertainty needs the reassessment of both strategic and tactical perspectives. Adapting to this uncertainty constitutes, in my view, one of the biggest challenges not only India faces, but the world faces at present. The second important challenge that we all face today is this rapid advancement in technology, or march of science and technology. Technology affects everyone, actually. It affects businesses, it affects production, it affects education, it affects the way we actually communicate. It then affects social behavior. No aspect of human life is untouched by it. Technology is advancing at an unparalleled kind of pace. The adoption of some of these emerging and disruptive technologies has the potential to significantly alter the dynamics of future conflicts. Some evidence and trends of this is visible in the ongoing conflicts in Europe and Middle East. Advancement in technology is also opening up new domains of warfare, apart from ushering in the warfighting in the traditional domains of land, sea, and maritime. So now we have space, cyber, and electromagnetic warfare. The intricate landscape of cognitive warfare is also fast emerging as a distinct domain to influence people and their governments. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics, quantum computing, autonomous systems are reshaping combat actions across kinetic as well as non-kinetic domains. Integration of technology and developing capabilities in the emerging domain is thus a sine qua non for tackling any future threats. Preparing for above demands swift adoption of new technologies and adaptation of tactics, techniques, and procedures, in short known as TTPs, to effectively engage this emerging complex kind of a landscape. While adoption and adaptation is important, equally important is discard of old practices, organizations, and systems. I'll use a term known as creative destruction here, is hence becoming important before we attempt any kind of a creative creation. Before you create anything new, you've got to destroy something which is old. Over here, I'm reminded of what Captain Littleheart, the captain who taught journals, once spoke. He said, and I quote, "The only thing harder than getting a new idea into the military mind is getting the old one out." I think creative destruction must precede creative creation. As technology emerges as the new currency of power, there is a tendency of nations to deny it to competitors. Technology denial regimes existed in the past, but what now we are witnessing is a race to retain a technological edge. India cannot afford the emergence of a major technological gap between us and our immediate adversaries. That will be fatal for us. And this battle of this reducing or increasing technological gap has to be fought not only by soldiers, but academicians, scientists, and everyone as a nation together. The third important security challenge that we face today is the rising fragility, an outcome of political, economic, and social instability in our immediate neighborhood. India seems to be the only island of stability in a sea of turmoil, turbulence, and tumult. Political, economic, and social instability in countries in our immediate neighborhood, and you can, there a number of them actually, I don't have to count them, make them vulnerable to foreign influence. Our adversaries in the past have taken advantage to it, thereby increasing India's vulnerability and security problems. That, I think, is a major security challenge. Lack of stable governance structures, effective law enforcement mechanisms can create safe havens for criminal activities, including narcotics, drugs, human trafficking, and arms smuggling. These activities not only undermine regional security, but also have the potential to destabilize our security environment. Instability in our immediate and extended neighborhood has to be seen in the light that India needs to expand its footprint to cover all those crucial gaps where other people can come and fill in, actually. It will not be India's long-term security interest that Chinese play a game of Chinese checker, or what they call as a game of Waiki, or a game of Go, in India's backyards. India aspires and must become the first responder and the preferred security partner in the Indian Ocean region. Increasing India's influence across the entire Indian Ocean region or part of the Indo-Pacific may be beyond the national capabilities of any one single nation. Hence, it is important that we work with nations who are like-minded and work in close cooperation and coordination with friends and partners in this particular endeavor. The fourth challenge, what we face today, is unsettled borders. The ancient frontiers of India started taking shape of firm borders under the British, but they could only get the legitimacy of international, they could not get the legitimacy of international borders. On independence, thus, we inherited disputed borders. Occupation of Tibet by China made them as a new neighbor, and the partition of India created a new nation that thrived on hostility and hatred towards us. Today, India has disputed borders with both our neighbors. Disputes followed by conflicts have led to the emergence of terms like line of actual control, line of control, and actual ground position line. The unsettled borders with China and the rise of China will remain the most formidable challenge that India and Indian armed forces will face in the foreseeable future. The armed forces need to maintain the legitimacy of our claims during peacetime on these disputed borders. This will require very astute handling of the PLA at all the friction points, calibrated firmness, and both sides to operate within the ambit of agreed rules of engagement. Like all disputed borders, there will be a tendency by the adversary to create new facts or markers, toponymy or cartographic aggressions, or to create a new narrative. This again have to be countered collectively by all of us at all levels. That would include academicians, strategists, thinkers, students, everyone has to do it together. Day before yesterday, at the India Today conclave, the External Affairs Minister said there is more to Sino-India relations than the border dispute. Similarly, in an increasingly interconnected world, Sino-India relations cannot be viewed in a binary kind of a perspective. The rise of China affects other nations as well, and we must look at like-minded nations for an equitable balance while remaining cognizant of the fact, as a popular idiom says, that one must be prepared to fight its own battles. Now let me share the two views which I spoke about at the beginning. This issues which have been debated for quite some time, whether India should have a maritime kind of an approach or a continental approach. The strategic outlook of any nation is shaped by geography and its historical experience. Those who do not understand geography are likely to be condemned by history. Geography impacts geopolitics, geoeconomics, and indeed strategic thinking of nations. In fact, in all these words, geopolitics, geoeconomics, geostrategy, geography precedes those particular words, signifying the importance of geography. Implications of geography on strategy has been a debate for the past 2 centuries. One of the most famous continental-centric thought process had been the heartland theory presented by a British geographer, John Halford Mackinder, in 1904 on Eastern Europe and Central Asia in his classic essay, Geopolitical Pivot of History. The theory attempted to challenge the prevailing thought process of maritime supremacy, which was articulated by thinkers such as Alfred Thayer Mahan through his work, The Influence of Sea Power upon History, which was written in 1890s. Allow me to extend this particular debate between the continent and maritime into the Indian context. I believe that India is a continental power because of its huge landmass. We have a large population that is dependent on its survival on that very land and its livelihood. And by and large, we being an agrarian society, there exists a natural affinity for all of us for terra firma, that's the land. India is a continental power because geographically it's joined to the Asian landmass, and theoretically from it to West Asia, Central Asia, and onwards on to Europe, Eastern Europe and then to Europe. It's also connected to Southeast Asia. India is also a maritime power because of its peninsular shape, which is jutting out into the Indian Ocean, flanked by 2 island territories, which actually give depth to its mainland. And then in the Indian Ocean region, we are the only country of significance as compared to other littorals or other coastal states. The access to Indian Ocean region is restricted. If you start from the east, it's Malacca, Sunda, Lombok, and Ambivatar. And if you look at west, it is Cape of Good Hope and Bablemanda. So India predominantly enjoys an important place in this particular IOR as compared to other states, which I said. And historical evidence from the time of Cholas support this particular view, where our influence ran beyond the Indian Ocean region. India is home to 1.4 billion people, but unfortunately, it cannot exploit the advantage of the land bridge which it has, which I said earlier, to Central Asia or to Eastern Europe and then onwards to Europe. And that's because of this disputed boundary we have with the northern neighbor and with the western neighbor. Disputed land boundaries impinge upon sovereignty and territorial integrity. It cannot exploit the land connectivity towards east. We also cannot exploit the land connectivity towards the east because of perpetual problem in Myanmar. So that's again a challenge. So in fact, that makes India actually a kind of an island nation. And the only hope for India is towards the seas for the future. So India's future economic growth, it needs open seas and freedom of navigation. It cannot allow the sea routes to get blocked like the land routes. So as I said, India is a huge island nation, and while I believe our immediate threats and challenges will lie on the borders, which remain disputed, our destiny in the long term will lie in the seas. India must reinforce its preeminent position in the Indian Ocean region, a gift that has been given to us by geography. Indian Ocean region is a vital link between Europe, Middle East, and Southeast Asia, and the Indo-Pacific region, and hence its importance from the point of view of international trade. This issue is also important from the challenge that we face along our northern borders. The second issue I thought I'll put across for debate is the role of air power. I'll now shift my focus to the next viewpoint on the emerging role of air power in future combat and war, which again, in some extent, has a relevance to today's seminar. On the issue of air power, there are two issues that have dominated our debate. Firstly, is the use of air power so escalatory that and is that why it finds its use only in a full-scale war? India did not consider the use of air power in the 1962 war, thinking that it will escalate the situation further. And still we feel that most of us would think that use of air power is only relevant in a full-scale kind of a conflict. The second issue is air power most effective when it is used as an independent instrument or when it is used in coordination with other surface forces? Let me begin with the role of armed forces, including the Air Force in peacetime. I think the primary role of all the three services is to protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the country. The concept of sovereignty in all the three domains is slightly different from each other. In land, if you look, I think the concept of sovereignty is absolute. If there is an infringement on land, there is a need to vacate that immediately. However, as far as the air is concerned, again, the sovereignty is absolute in the air domain, but any intrusion is only of a temporary nature. Thereafter, it goes away. Whereas in the seas or on the maritime domain, the concept of sovereignty is slightly nebulous because of the laws like UNCLOS, in which even men of war can travel through your territorial waters, citing innocent passage. So inside your own territorial waters. So this concept is slightly, what I said was nebulous in all the three services. But what happens when in the land borders there is constant intrusion in areas which are disputed, and similar kind of dispute or say intrusion start occurring in the air? Then in those disputed areas, probably there will be a permanency that kind of a claim. So I think we'll have to rethink our role of Air Force in future to establish legitimacy of a claim in disputed areas. So it's not only a job of the land forces, but tomorrow the air forces would get involved into it. I'll again say this temporary nature of airspace intrusions, if continued with regularity over disputed areas, can be used by nations to legitimize their claims. With this, I think airspace, we must be entering into a new game with restricted employment and capability to ward off an adversary. The controlled and calibrated conflicts over land may find similar echoes in airspace in future. Let's see what's happening in the airspace domain by other countries. Aggressive actions like firing of flares by the Chinese aircraft, firing of lasers at personnel deployed in waters, again by PLAF, shooting down of high-altitude balloons by the US Air Force, or air encirclement drills around Taiwan are few such recent actions which are indicators how this zone is witnessing a new and interesting set of participations in the air domain, which again is less than a full-scale kind of a conflict. The third change what we are seeing is the use of space between what was traditionally known as air and space, that is the near space domain. The zone between air and space, termed as near space, is a continuum, has further increased the degree of complexity. In recent times, what we are witnessing is development of capabilities like high-altitude balloons, airships, high-altitude pseudo-satellites, hypersonic weapons, which are adding a new dimension to this particular threat. Another adversary has demonstrated capabilities in this field, and the enhancing envelope of airspace demands that we evolve as an airspace power to provide the right solutions to mitigate these challenges. The second aspect of this particular debate about air power was partly covered yesterday, a day before, in the India Today seminar in me when a question on this was thrown. I believe that the notion of air power of a nation is merely as a support arm is a conservative thought in the contemporary military affairs, and therefore will have to be put to rest. It's important to understand that Air Force is the only service that, apart from carrying out independent operations, can effectively support the operations of other two services, and the reverse is not true. Such is the lure of air power that the other two services and even paramilitary forces actually now aspire to have an air force of their own. And when they do so, most of them treat them as a part of their executive branch of fighting force. In conclusion, I would like to say that in today's geopolitical landscape, the stages of competition, crisis, confrontation, conflict, and combat coexist near simultaneously. This continuum necessitates a redefinition of conventional notions of security. It requires reviewing our priorities and deliberating our options while retaining our traditional beliefs for building a force which is future ready for every kind of eventuality. As we navigate through this uncertain and unpredictable era, it's paramount that we remain vigilant, agile, and forward-thinking. It would demand that we would embrace innovation, foster collaboration, and nurture a culture of excellence which can ensure that India stands resilient against evolving threats and emerge as a formidable force for maintaining peace and stability in the region. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I have reached the end of my address today. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you, sir. I request the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule Pune University, Dr. Parag Kalkar, to propose a vote of thanks.
Very good noon to all of you. On behalf of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, and Center for China Analysis and Strategy, we have just heard the keynote speech by General Anil Chauhan, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, and Chief of Defense Staff of the Indian Armed Forces on the occasion of third strategic dialogue on rise of China and its implications for the world. The dignitaries present today on the dais, Honorable Dr. Sushesh Gosavi, sir, Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Mr. Jaydev Aranade, President, Center for China Analysis and Strategy, New Delhi, Air Marshal Bhushanji Gokhale, PVSM, AVSM, VM, Director of CDSS Pune, the brain behind this strategic dialogue, Dr. Vijay Khare, sir, who is head of the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies at Savitribai Phule Pune University, dignitaries of the dais, Shri Jayant Umranikar, sir, head of various defense establishments in Pune, senior officials from Indian defense field, armed force, expert from the defense, member of electronic and print media. Sir, your deeper insights into the challenges of future about the national security, role of armed forces in the present geopolitical landscape, future technology and its impact, advanced and emerging technology and its impact on warfare, AI, ML, and autonomous system, insist on the integration of technology and creative disruption. Sir, your views and thought process has given this third strategic dialogue a different dimension for the forthcoming discussions and deliberation during these 2 days. We would like to thank you for your time and your guidance on this inaugural session. I would like to thank all the guests who are present for this strategic dialogue, and I wish this 2 days deliberation a best wishes. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, sir. We'll have a quick photograph on the dais with the dignitaries, the chairpersons, and the speakers, as well as the important army dignitaries can quickly have a photograph here. Outside? Outside. So, sir, एकच photograph म्हणतायत. एकच photograph. Um, there's high tea also, so like I said, the dignitaries can continue with the high tea later, but a quick photograph. I request all the students, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, to assemble for a quick photograph first, which will be followed by high tea. And like I said earlier, high tea on my left-hand side where the mandap is there or the pendal, that is for the dignitaries, and high tea for the students, staff, faculty is in the marble hall. Thank you. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you all have had high tea and you all are all energetic to sit through the beginning of the first session. We begin the first session. Please be seated. Students can come in, fill up the chairs. We begin the first session. Can China fulfill its strategic agenda? We have Mr. Jaydev Ranade, President, Center for China Analysis and Strategy, in conversation with Mr. Nitin A. Gokhale, Founder, StratNews Global. I request both of them to be on the dais. Yeah, they are there. Thank you. So are we all set? I can see some of you all walking in. Please be seated.
Thank you. Thank you, MC, for handing over the session to me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think that the hall is still full is a good sign that everybody is waiting to hear Mr. Jaydev Ranade. And my job is to just ask him the questions, and then you will hear his wisdom on where China is today. So let me begin by asking, in fact, one latest update. President Putin, after winning the so-called election or selection, has just said that China and Russia will get much more closer than they have ever been in the coming years. That itself is a good starting point, I thought. So I want you to tell us a little bit about the major power relations. And when I say major power in our context, it's China, Russia, China, US, and India, China. Where are these relationships right now, and what is the interplay between these three relationships really?
Thank you, Nitin. I'm aware of Putin's remark just after his victory in the elections. I'll just take you back to the various statements that Putin has made. And in fact, the statements talking about, shall I say, the solidity of China-Russia relations have by and large emanated from Moscow, from Putin. Xi Jinping, of course, has made a lot of investment in his relationship with Putin and with Russia in that order. But it is Putin who's been really belaboring the point that China and Russia are very close. I think it is in Russia's interest, and they want to keep this, shall I say, relationship going in their own self-interest, both of them. And the reason is that the Americans have put China under a lot of pressure, have put Russia under a lot of pressure, and they both feel that this is the time they can maybe try and debilitate the United States. And that is their intent. Let me just look at how this war in Ukraine started. And at that time, the general feeling was that Russia will make short work of Ukraine, etc. It was not able to in that shorter time. But that doesn't mean that the war is over or that the Russians have given up. I think they're used to wars of attrition, grinding battles in history, and they're prepared for that.
Wasn't placed properly.
I think that's an example of Chinese sabotage. So someone here is on the payroll.
So you can see the deep inroads.
Deep inroads. So as I was saying, the Chinese are, of course, pushing the same line. but they have been a bit reticent.
Right.
Because there are suspicions in China about Russia, what the end objective is, but that's suspicion among Chinese strategists. As far as Xi Jinping is concerned, he sees that this is a good time to build the relationship, and he has put an investment into Putin. Putin also feels the same way, that he can bring China closer in order to form, if I may use, a kind of a joint front. And here I'll make a remark which people may contest. But in essence, despite the changes that have happened in China and in the former Soviet Union, they are not really capitalist. They are, in essence, both the leaders are hardcore communists. They have grown up there, and that is one of the binding factors between the two. As far as the United States...
Just to stop you there, can we ignore their history of hostility and tense relationship? Even if it was in the late 60s and early 70s, China, Russia, have they overcome that mutual suspicion?
That is exactly why I said this relationship is between the two leaders. As far as the strategic communities are concerned, in China and in Russia, and in China to some extent the population, they are suspicious of the Russians and vice versa. Which is why in a lot of Chinese military writings, they say that the Russians are not willing to give them the latest generation technology, etc. And we find that instances like, for example, an anniversary of Vladivostok, the Chinese came out with all kinds of statements. Also in a very important article in the Wenwei Pao, which is a Chinese-owned newspaper published out of Hong Kong, they spoke about the 5 wars that China must fight in the next 50 years. The last war was with Russia. That's right. So these indicators are still around. And before you dismiss that Wenwei Pao article, I studied it very closely. I can't say that it was written by a military leader, but certainly the language is as if it was either a military man who has sort of dictated it, right, or it was a journalist who overheard a conversation between military people and wrote it. That is the kind of language that it seemed to contain. So I feel, and I found that a lot of countries in East Asia took a lot of note of that particular article.
But also, on the other hand, in Russia, and this is what one hears from friends there or in some of their writings, that China's dominance or China's inroads into Far East in Russia is not liked by the Russian population, like you already mentioned that. Even the strategic community there does not like it. So is that something that they have to keep in mind as leaders, that it's only a leader-to-leader contact and not so much people-to-people connect between the two?
Yes, definitely in the long term, as we proceed further, it will lead to serious tensions. But right now, the Russians also need the Chinese. They need Chinese capital, and the Chinese are supplying a lot of consumer goods to the Russian Far East, saving Moscow the trouble of exporting those or sending those consumer goods to the East. So it suits the Russians, it suits them, and I think when the time comes, there will be friction. But I would say the United States is a big player here. They have to play their game and try and see. And here, if they can bring about a wedge between the two, instead of looking at both as, adversaries, it is something that they need to do. Because if the two form a joint front, it will make it that much more difficult for the Americans to contain the Chinese. And of course, they say they don't want to, but I don't believe that.
But that will also be a problem for India, if the Russians and the Chinese get together.
Definitely.
And that's why China's rise is actually having implications not just on the China-US relations or China-Russia relations, but also on India-China relations and India-US relations. So in that context, how do you keep the Russians and the Chinese apart, or just keep them transactional?
Well, the first and the simplest thing is, of course, to reduce the pressure on Moscow and try and, make some gestures or try and deal with them in a manner that they are not under that much pressure and separate them from the Chinese. As far as we are concerned, we are keeping our, avenues open to Russia despite the Western pressure. And here I will digress a bit and at least share with you my view, my assessment is that the real contest is actually between the United States and China. It's not between the US and Russia, though a lot of American strategists say that. I think it's between these two. China has the wealth, it has the military capacity, it has the ambition, and they have declared it. And they've put a deadline on it. Now, can the Americans move in enough time to contain the Chinese or not is the question. And that brings me to the point that will the Americans be willing to be number 2, number 3, or number 4 and be dictated to by the Chinese? I don't see that. So for that, they have to do something. And here I feel the situation can become even more volatile, leading probably to a conflagration. And I would set if you ask me to give a timeline, I'd say between 3 to 5 years is a hot time that we're looking at.
That's quite grim. That's quite grim. But could it be only on Taiwan or it could be on any other issue?
Well, it could be Taiwan, it could be the South China Sea somewhere. I mean, let's paint a scenario. I mean, since we are doing that. Let's say an American warship bumps into a Chinese ship. Given the internal situation in China today, what will Xi Jinping do? The amount of nationalism he's pumped into the people in China will compel him to react.
Right.
And I'm sure the PLA at that time will probably say we are not, fully ready. But he will have little choice. So he'll either have to take some Pyrrhic gesture and try and do something, or otherwise he'll just have to keep quiet, which means that he's a paper tiger. So that is the dilemma that China will
There is a counter question. I know that there are people from the American embassy here. I want to be a little provocative. If you look at the history of South China Sea and the militarization of South China Sea, the building of the islands there, America and its allies kept saying, this is not acceptable, freedom of navigation patrols, we'll do this, we'll do that. But they never went beyond a point, and the Chinese kept on doing what they needed to do. So does America have a stomach to take on the Chinese if they go beyond a red line, and what that red line could be?
That is exactly the question that Xi Jinping is asking. And he's watching the Americans, whether they are willing to step up or not. And I think everyone is watching, whether the Americans are going to do anything. South China Sea, I think to a large extent, the Chinese have come to a position where they are in near control or almost total control of South China Sea. They have engaged in all kinds of activities there. They've built airstrips, they've created islands. So they're there, and no one has done anything about it. They're threatening the Philippines, over that ship which is down. Again, there has been no reaction except maybe a statement once in a while. Yeah. They have challenged the Japanese to an extent, not fully, but at least to a point. So they're doing all these, laying out markers, if I may say. But Xi Jinping is watching what the Americans will do. And as I said, I look at a certain timeline, and that is the timeline within which the Americans also have to react. Otherwise, they would find that the Chinese have stolen a march.
Yeah, so taking that timeline into consideration, can that same timeline be juxtaposed in the context of India-China border tensions? Will Xi Jinping attempt, if that is not feasible or that's not happening, if he is not confident enough, is the next target then, or the next possible target is the Indian border where you can do something and get away with it, is what he thinks? Or or would he have changed his mind going by what has happened in the last 4 years, where we immediately mirrored the deployment and stood firm despite all the provocations, the deployment continues? What is your prognosis on that?
If we look at the internal situation in China, the economic situation is, I would say, near to grim. The people are very unhappy. The economy has slowed down. Businesses are shutting. And he has not made any substantive moves to revive the economy. There is no stimulus given. So there are a lot of problems there. The people are disappointed and they are discontented, including within the party. Now that is the situation where he might resort to some kind of adventurism outside, which is what brings India into the equation, India or Taiwan. India seems to be an easier option because we don't have any treaty agreement with anyone. But at the same time, let's not forget what happened in Doklam. Yeah. There were 73 days, we held them off. That's right. And finally, there was a mutual withdrawal. I think what they did in April 2020 was frankly a strategic miscalculation on the part of the Chinese. they've upset and annoyed the biggest power on their border, with whom they have an unsettled border. They could have had a friendly equation with us. Prime Minister Modi reached out a number of times. Now I think that phase is over. We are going to be extremely suspicious.
Yeah, in fact, I'll go a step further and say that was a tactical operation which has strategic implications in a sense that the entire Indian population has now become the adversary of China. Earlier, I think our Indian obsession or Indian elite's obsession with Pakistan has thankfully dissipated and has come to put attention on China, which I think the Chinese wouldn't like really, because now you're countering Chinese perfidy, Chinese attempts, misadventures, wherever possible, which I think was not the case, say, a decade ago. But by doing this, probably they've turned that advantage into a disadvantage for themselves. Would you agree?
Absolutely. That's why I said it's a strategic miscalculation.
Yeah.
They have lost the Indian population. As far as Indians are concerned, they have no trust in the Chinese now. We are countering them in the economic area. I mean, we are trying to reduce our dependence on the Chinese, which had gone to, I think, unhealthy proportions. It'll take us time, but we are at least on the path. We are trying to prepare ourselves on the borders and at sea. We're trying to build strong relationships. So I think I don't see a period where if the Chinese expect we are going to give concessions, I don't see that happening. We are willing to talk, but I don't think we are willing to negotiate concessions. They will have to pull back. Whether they can pull back, I don't know. Otherwise, we'll have this situation, frozen hostility, if you want to call it. And I think we are quite prepared to stick with it. They are having problems. They are having difficulties in recruitment. They've raised the recruitment age of their conscripts whom they're taking. They have started targeting the minorities, ethnic minorities, so Tibetans, Uyghurs, Mongols, they're trying to recruit them, there's discontent there. So all this is also going on, and we know the state of their army, the amount of corruption, etc. there. So I think they're also finding it difficult.
So I'll come back to India-China tensions or India-China relationship going through this phase a little later. Going back to US-China, which is right now the most consequential relationship for the globe, in a context of global disorder that one is talking about. It's tense from whatever statements that we see. Americans have tried to reach out to the Chinese. The American businesses have said that let's go back to the old days. But that's not happening because decoupling is, I think, the stated aim in America. And, of course, the technology denial regime has been put in place, especially on semiconductors and others. How would Chinese now tackle this aspect? Have they overreached themselves much earlier than they would have liked to have done? Because we are talking about rise of China and whether they can meet their strategic ambitions. And those three aims that they had, three objectives by 2049, are they on track or have they now veered off the path really, if I can say that?
I think their ambition remains intact, that by 2049 they want to either be equal to or surpass the United States. That remains. But their ambition to reach a certain technological level by 2025, I think that has slipped by a minimum of 5 to 10 years because they now have to start manufacturing that kind of chips, etc. And here, if I may just digress a bit, we are seeing the bluff that worked all the way up in the Chinese system. When the Americans imposed those sanctions, immediately after their party congress, then in fact, Trump was the one who did it. The Chinese reaction was that, oh, we are ready, we've got enough chips, we can catch up, etc. But we find that even now they're struggling and at a much lower level. So I think that is going to take them a lot of time. The second is the market that they had captured, thanks to their advantage in these areas, is going to suffer. Along with that, the Americans have also started reducing the imports from the Chinese. The figures that came out earlier this year, showed a 20% drop. Now, that is the wealthiest market that the Chinese had, the next being Europe. Now, if they lose those two, or if the exports drop, then they have to look to India, which is the largest untapped market in the world today. And we are trying to reduce our dependence on the Chinese. So I think they're in a hard place. And the economy will hurt them increasingly. And there will be comparative rise in the discontent in China because of the economic slowdown. And that will create probably tensions within the Chinese Communist Party.
So talking about, since you mentioned Trump, all indications are that he's the front runner, if not the winner outright. We can't say, elections can never be predicted conclusively. But in case he's the front runner and if he comes to the White House in January 2025, how would he lay out his policies on China? What's your prognosis?
Well, I think he's unpredictable, so one doesn't know. But going by the past, I think he will be tough on China. And at least the advisors who were there earlier, if they still have influence with him, will push for increased toughness with China. That's my suspicion. And he would be only too happy to go along with it. The Chinese will try and strike deals with him. I don't know whether they will succeed. But I think as far as the Americans are concerned, their strategic community will push hard for trying to contain the Chinese rise.
Talking about Europe, Europe itself is, I think, in a very weak state right now, given what has happened in the Ukraine war, and now their economy is not doing too well. Interest rates have risen. So if their purchasing power, like what you mentioned, if the Chinese can't get that market or returns from that market, what do they do? I mean, India again is now putting non-tariff barriers. Tariff barriers is not yet in place. But Huawei being banned from 5G, ZTE not being allowed, where do the Chinese look for, and what is the tweak that they must do in their economic model? Unemployment is rising within China. So how do you foresee that Xi Jinping will be able to tackle this? And will this mean a larger opposition, a stronger opposition to him within?
Definitely. Unless the economy picks up, I think the level of discontent will rise. Let me just give you a small point here. The provinces have been told that they cannot have any more land sales, which means almost 40% of their revenues disappear, because that's what they used to earn. The salaries of government employees in the provinces has already been cut by about 30% plus. Bonuses given to them have been withdrawn. Now that's obviously adding to the pool of discontent that exists. Factories have shut down. A lot of the workers who went back to their villages at the time of COVID, the majority have not returned. So, you know, things are pretty bad. Within the Communist Party itself, and I think that's important, because what happens to the people is one thing, but when it starts hurting you closer to home, it's different. Within the Communist Party, there is growing apprehension that the relationships with US have been mishandled, and it could result in sanctions against China. And in my view, if that happens, the Chinese will hurt far, far more than what the Russians have hurt. The Chinese, not only are they psychologically attuned to having multinationals in China, etc., but they are an export-led economy. They're dependent on exports to the West, and that will all get hurt. It will get upset. So I think that will be a body blow. But more importantly, a large number of the over I would say 70% of the Chinese Communist Party cadres, their children are studying in the West, in the US, Australia, UK, etc., Europe. And if sanctions kick in, that means they'll have to come home immediately. All the money that these guys have kept outside, which is illegal money, will be confiscated by the governments there. That will hurt the Chinese no end. And estimates that I saw in Chinese, by Chinese, said almost, over or nearly 200 million Chinese will be affected. Their children, the relatives' children, etc., will have to come back. So I don't think the Chinese Communist Party will allow that. At that stage, they might tell Xi Jinping to pack it up.
Oh, that's something that we'll have to watch out for. But also on a cultural and popular front, Americanization of the Chinese society is also complete in the last 30, 40 years. So I think what you said is very relevant, that while the Russians didn't get so influenced, or they didn't have so many businesses from US having manufacturing facilities in Russia, this is a fact which is going to hurt the Chinese there.
Yeah, let me just make a point here. I mean, it's an ephemeral point, but when you're talking about Americanization, when you go to China, you find all the girls and the boys there, they're either Wendy or Diana or Michael or whatever.
Christian names.
In India, we still have our own names. We're not switched.
We have Hari and Dilip and
Yes,
Mohan. Yeah, we still have that. So that is a completely different context civilizationally. But let me come back to now China, India, and that's, I think, what we should look at much more closely. Having gone through this period of tension, 4 years, relatively calmer borders right now, and both sides, at least India is now improving its infrastructure on the border. Also, capability-wise, Indian armed forces are trying to reorient themselves to the wars of what we call the future. New technology, deep technology is being looked at, if not, inducted. Going forward, and you have already mentioned 5 to 10 years or 3 to 5 years for the America or US-China conflagration. Do you foresee any large-scale either invasion or attempted intrusion or a skirmish between Indian and Chinese forces on the Himalayan border? And then we'll talk about the maritime thing.
I think when the Chinese undertook what they did in April 2020, in my view, it was part of a larger plan.
Okay.
And it was not just, a minor intrusion. And our reaction, our response, our build-up was unexpected. The speed of it was unexpected. And the fact that we have stayed on there.
Right.
And we are not yielded ground. I think these things, they would have factored in. But that doesn't mean that they will not continue to push. They would also look at it from the, from the point of view that they put us under pressure. As far as we are concerned, we are used to that pressure by now in so many years. So I think they might try some other adventure along the border. It's a 4,057-kilometer long border. They've got a lot of troops in the east also, in Arunachal and that area.
Opposite Arunachal.
Yeah. So something can happen. I also look at the northern sector, the Depsang Plains, etc., where the China-Pakistan economic corridors goes. The Chinese have an actual interest there, substantive interest. That also they will need to beef up. So we've got points where they can act. But whether they'll act or not, one doesn't know. I think if Xi Jinping feels that the pressure on him is increased, he might undertake that adventure. But a lot depends on the state of the army itself. And I do see a number of articles talking about the lack of discipline in the army. The youngsters are not, obedient to the party's diktats, etc. So all that is also there. So whether the PLA higher command feels it is okay or not, I'm not sure. But I would certainly feel that there will be actions along the border at various points. Scale of the actions I do not know. But I expect within the next couple of years, and maybe even, as our elections come along.
That's something that we have to really watch out for. But there is this counter view, which many people have expressed, that if Xi Jinping has to do some misadventure against India, he has to win decisively. And today's, maybe parity is not the correct word, but the state of affairs of both the militaries does not give him the luxury of a decisive victory swiftly. It may be long drawn or whatever. We don't know what happens in long drawn wars. Nobody thought Russia will take so long. But do you think he will risk that kind of a, if decisive victory is not obtained, then it's a defeat in a way. Will he risk that?
Well, he's already in a way not been able to make headway after April 2020. And I would say the whole of Asia is watching as to what the Chinese will do, how the Indians have held them back. So his whatever prepared boast that, we've sorted India out, the rest of you are nothing, I think that's disappeared. And the next step is, as you said, if he does something. I think we should be sanguine about the fact that even if we can deliver a minor blow to him, a telling minor blow, he would have been defeated. And I don't see a major war breaking out unless, of course, we go into a much higher, it escalates.
Escalatory ladder that goes. One final question on the India-China relationship. India also, Chinese keep saying this in conferences, in their writings. India is getting closer to the US and the West and Quad. They point out towards Quad that, India has gone there and it's a front against us. Asian NATO, constantly those terms are used. On the other hand, the Quad partners tell India that you're not doing enough to pull your weight in the Quad. It's a no-win situation for India. What does India do in this context?
I think we should ignore both. I mean,
that's a great point.
The Chinese are saying we got closer to the US, etc., to justify what they did. Yeah. My counter question would be, why did you misbehave with us before we got closer to the US? I mean, the same things were going on. Yeah. Similarly, with the Quad partners, it's a question of trust. I mean, there are 4 of them. I'm not going to spell out things, but I think everyone is waiting for the other guy to take the lead. So why should we be the fall guy? We're waiting for the others also.
In any case, India is the only country which has a 4,000 kilometer long disputed border with China.
Yeah.
Not the other 3.
Exactly.
So, I mean, that's the point that is there. Final, I think we'll open up for the audience a couple of questions. But one final point from you, I just wanted to ask you about the Chinese intelligence. There have been books recently, you have written a number of times, others have written about it. Are they as effective as it's made out to be, or they're as good or bad as any other intelligence service?
Well, we have a session, something on this later.
Yeah,
but let me say that when you look at, as you said, Indian intelligence, US intelligence, we are generally looking at the agencies. When we say Chinese intelligence, you have the Chinese Communist Party, which has its own apparatus. You have the United Front, which has its own apparatus. Right. You have the International Department. You have the Chinese Secret Service. You have the Ministry of Public Security, etc. So they've got a whole range of things which they operate. And apart from the actual intelligence operations, their United Front Work Department and the International Department are also quite lethal organizations. And the United Front Work, for example, they infiltrate the journalists, the academic community, the students. I mean, there are various ways in which they do it. They give them incentives, financial incentives. Absolutely. They encourage them to visit China. They facilitate their visas. And when they come there, they take care of all the travel arrangements, ask them to give a couple of talks, pay them handsomely. So there are various ways in which they operate. And by and large, when they come back, these guys change their view on China. And let me just end by saying that when I spoke about students, they had a number of scholarships for Indian students going there. Right. And those students spent 4 years. They were young, impressionable. When they came back, by and large, they had the the Chinese story, not the Indian story, on whether it's 62 or whatever else. Right. So that is what they do. So when we look at their intelligence operations, we have to look at it on a much broader
perspective. Much more widespread net than, and influence operations is one of the key aspects of their warfare.
Exactly.
But we'll come to that. We have time for 3 questions, so we'll take 3 questions.
Bilateral relationship between the 2 countries, not as good as China-Russia. He also knows that he's closer to Putin. He's made much more investment. And at the moment, I think both of them have a strategic interest in being closer to each other. So that is how I would look at it. If their relationship becomes closer, I think, which we are trying to insulate ourselves from, then we will know really how Xi Jinping feels, because I get the sense already that Xi Jinping is dominating Russia in the groupings where they are working together, like the South China, like the SCO, like the BRICS, etc. It is China which is dominant, not Russia, which is a change in their in their bilateral relationship. But it's something that suits both of them at the moment. We'll see how it goes. But I don't think when it reaches that stage where Xi Jinping has to tell Putin that, steer clear of India or be careful of India, I don't think it has reached that level. He's okay with the present state of ties between the 2 of us.
Yeah.
Hello, I am Anachiketa Thakur from Symbiosis University. So my question is that when China is repeatedly raising diplomatic questions on Arunachal Pradesh or the so-called Changnan, should India also raise similar diplomatic concerns over Tibet and Aksai Chin?
Well, as far as Tibet is concerned, we have already made certain statements, but I think in the public perception, there is certainly a debate going on the Tibet issue. What should be our stand? Let it remain there. I think we can maybe try and introduce some, shall I say, questions or variables in that equation, but we've already taken a position. So I don't see us changing that position. But on the other hand, I think there are a number of other things that we can do to, shall I say, strengthen our position on the Tibet issue.
One very last question, Mr. Srinivas Soni.
Thank you, Nitin, and thank you very much, Jadev, for very insightful questions and very succinct and informed answers. My question is simple. There have been reports of tension between the leadership of the PLA and the apex leadership in China. And there have been reports of this nature in the Chinese media as well as in the international media. What do you make of it?
I've seen these reports also, but let me say that at least from what I've seen, there is no, I would not infer that there is a tension between the senior leadership of the PLA and the senior Chinese Communist Party leadership. That's the first point I'd make. The second is that there is, at the same time, there is either discontent or unhappiness within the PLA in the officer corps with the number of officers who've been dismissed on charges of corruption, either made up or real. Made up, I say, because when the loyalty is doubtful, also they have been punished and removed. And by 2016, 40% of the officer corps was removed. So obviously that has generated a lot of discontent and unhappiness. But on the other side, Xi Jinping has also been promoting younger officers, his own people, in the PLA. So I would say that the PLA is probably a bit not sure of itself. The massive changes that he has brought in, old, if I may say, traditions, old loyalties as far as the regiments, etc. are concerned, group armies are concerned, have been destroyed. So there is a lot of change, but whether that leads to discontent, I'm not sure. But I will say, maybe it's a pointer that there have been consecutive year-long political education campaigns in the PLA for the last few years. Consecutive. So there has been no relief for the PLA officers who are spending almost 30 to 40% of their time per day studying ideological literature, political education literature. And the other point I would make is that there are quite often articles in the PLA Daily and other military websites saying that the younger officers are not as obedient or as disciplined, as obedient to what they call absolute loyalty to the party as the senior members are. So maybe that also indicates some, shall I say, turbulence within the PLA. But I don't know whether we would say it's discontent at the higher level. That we'll see. But as I said, these are the indicators that we have.
Yeah, we'll have to go and look at the literature in more detail like you keep doing. And over a longer time, yeah, that's true. But that's some good note on which to end our conversation. Thank you very much for your insights and your time. And thank you, audience, for being very patient listeners and informed questions from those who asked the questions. Thank you very much for the session.
Thank you, Mr. Jaydev Ranade. and Mr. Nitin Gokhale for the conversation that you had. We move on to session 2 now, that is China's hybrid warfare. I request the chairperson, Air Marshal S.S. Soman, retired, PVSM, AVSM, VM, Chair of Excellence in the name of Marshal of the Indian Air Force, Arjun Singh, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Pune, to chair this second session. Sir, please come on the dais, Air Marshal S.S. Soman. And I request the speakers, Group Captain Ajay Lele, retired, Deputy Director General, MP IDSA, China's cyberspace capabilities, Mr. N.C. Bipendra, Mr. Nitin Gokhale, and Mr. Dr. Kiran Karnik to come on the dais. Chairperson, Air Marshal S.S. Soman. Speakers, Group Captain Ajay Lele, retired, Nitin Gokhale, Mr. N.C. Bipendra, and Mr. Dr. Kiran Karnik. Hello, sir. Let them start. Yeah. So you can read the bios. So you can begin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be the chair of a panel of some very reputed experts on the subject of China's hybrid war. Now, before commencing the session, I intend to provide you the context and also give you a historical overview of the evolution of hybrid warfare as a concept of war fighting in China. Now, the first session was indeed very engaging and gave us what was the strategic agenda of China, okay, which should ultimately determine its end state, which is to be the lead power, the lead global power by 2049. And so obviously from these, from the strategic agenda would flow the national objectives. Now, so the second session which we are going to be doing today is going to be, we'll dwell more on the means. And one of the predominant means is going to be the hybrid war, which China is already indulging in. Now, the subsequent sessions that will follow, one of them is going to deal with the way China has used these means to enhance the footprint in our region. And the next one is perhaps going to cover the way forward. So, is hybrid war something new? Obviously not, because it's as old as human history. And as long as humans have been there have been differences between there have been disputes. And many times, they've been forced to resort to the use of force. And when you used force, there were two sides. One would be the weaker side, one would be the stronger side. And it was invariably the weaker side that would use unconventional tactics and leverage on their strengths to attack the vulnerabilities of the other side to prevail in the situation. So hybrid war is not something which is new. It existed in its raw form. But as it is known today, this particular term or this particular theory as a war-fighting theory was espoused by Frank Hoffman, American, in 2007. Even at that point of time, the concept was fairly abstract. And this particular term was a kind of a catch-all term for various types of warfare, which included conventional warfare, unconventional warfare, linear, non-linear, irregular force operations, as well as gray zone operations. However, the concept was given more meaning and purpose by the Chinese post the Gulf War. Now, the Chinese have always been very shrewd observers and very fast learners. They had seen the Gulf War and they were quite impressed by the outcome. So, they observed and learned that the US drew its combat prowess from its capability of technological innovation, integration, and adaptation. The Chinese also realized that war could be reduced to a very quick and intense activity wherein the opponents could be crushed in record small periods of time. So as far as the technology was concerned, its significance was driven home. Unfortunately, what happened at that point of time was the US was technologically far too superior to the Chinese. And so they had to draw up some kind of an interim plan. And this was in consonance with Deng's exhortation that you bide time and build strength. So actually, they devised a three-point kind of a program. The first one obviously was to put their focus onto technology and catch up as far as possible. Second was to devise an offset strategy wherein they could blunt whatever little technological superiority that the Americans had. And that led to formulation of strategies like the anti-access, anti-denial ones. And the third one was actually to explore other stratagems and plans that would give them alternate pathways to overcome US technological superiority. So, that is how came the concept of the unrestricted warfare, which was espoused by two Chinese colonels in 1999. And this was actually a kind of a warfare which offered a little bit of a solution for the weaker opponent when he decided to take on a more stronger opponent. So the warfare actually had no boundaries and limits. And the aim was to wage the warfare in all spheres, whether it was military or civil, with all available state assets. So it was a very artful combination of operations in all spheres to create multiple decision dilemmas for the opponent to overwhelm him, rather than create a kind of an overmatch capability in one of the airfields to achieve the desired outcomes. The Chinese also realized that besides war, they also had to navigate the dynamics of global competition in the realm of geopolitics, economics, as well as technology. So once again in 2003, they came up with a new kind of a scheme, which is called the three warfare strategy. And it had three components. First one was public opinion warfare, which was supposed to have influenced or rather shaped the opinions both domestically as well as internationally. The second one was psychological warfare, where they would shape the decision-making process abroad. And the third was legal warfare, which gave context and substance to whatever actions that the Chinese resorted to. And these laws were generally the domestic laws. So finally, all these concepts actually morphed into what is now known as the hybrid war. And in fact, this has already been, as I understand, has been approved by the CCP. Now, the Chinese version of hybrid warfare has actually been defined by one of the military theorists called Gao Wei. And he says, as far as the Chinese version of hybrid warfare is concerned, it's a unified and coordinated act of war at the strategic level, employing political means, which includes public opinion, diplomacy, and law, economic, which includes trade as well as energy warfare, and military, which includes intelligence, electronic, as well as special operations, and similar kind of means. So the aim was to, in fact, indirectly confront the adversary, and it was quite in sync with Sun Tzu's maxims that the most superior art of war, or the acme of skills, was to subdue your opponent without having to fight the war. So, as far as a hybrid war is concerned, I think there are 3 points which I would want to make. First and foremost is the Chinese are already indulging in a kind of a hybrid war. It's being waged against Taiwan, it's being waged against the Americans, it's being waged against the Japanese, it's being waged against the Philippines, as well as it's being waged against us. That's number one. So let's not be under any kind of a notion, that, it's almost a state of a kind of an incipient war that we are in. Number two is the Chinese are going to be relentless as far as this hybrid war is concerned, because for them it's just a process, and they're going to go ahead with it. And the third is, this kind of a warfare actually benefits the Chinese because it helps them to achieve their party political objectives. Now in this session, we are going to have 4 speakers who will cover some aspects of the hybrid war as practiced or indulged by the Chinese. And these elements are going to be, first and foremost is the cyber warfare. Second is going to be propaganda warfare. Third is going to be influence operations. And fourth is going to be taking an assessment of the Chinese AI capabilities. Now this is something which is important because AI actually has been integrated across all sectors in China. So any kind of a mean that they use will have some component of AI in it. So each, as far as the session is concerned, I think each speaker probably could restrict to 15 minutes with an overshoot of 2 minutes, which is permissible. And that is essentially for you all to make your closing comments, and there's no precipitous kind of a closure, when the bell is rung. And so at the end of the talk, we will have a Q&A session. So to start off with, we have a Group Captain Lele, is the Deputy Director General MP IDSA. Earlier, he was a Senior Fellow at the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies Analysis and headed its Center on Strategic Technologies. He has a master's degree in physics from Pune University, master's and MPhil degree in defense and strategic studies from Madras University. He has done his doctorate from School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. His specific areas of research include issues related to weapons of mass destruction, space security, and strategic technologies. He has contributed articles to various national and international journals, websites, and newspapers. He has authored 10 books and also been the editor for 7 books. So he's going to talk on China's cyberspace capabilities. So over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me thank the organizers for inviting me over here. In fact, much of the things which I wanted to say have already been said by the chair, so that makes my job easy. And since it is 15 plus 2 minutes, I will try to slightly push my slides over here. I got a number of slides, but I thought that before making a point over here, I must say that as far as China is concerned, nobody should take anything on a face value. What I am supposed to do today is to discuss the aspects of China's hybrid warfare at the backdrop of cyber issues. So I had 2 options with me. One is that ask my good friend ChatGPT to give me some amount of idea that the entire role of how China can do things and what are the things which China has done. And the other issue is that slightly to look at it more from a geostrategic perspective, that how China has evolved into a hybrid warfare. Because to my mind, as it was rightly pointed out in regard to AI, that AI is all pervasive. I think before AI, it is actually the cyber which started becoming all pervasive. So having said that, let me start giving you the nature of a warfare as such. I'm not getting into the details of all those things, but why I'm trying to point out all those things over here is that there are 2 schools of thought. One school of thought is that you discuss all these types of things based on all these sorts of diagrams. When I'm going to talk of a hybrid warfare in a very different zone, essentially idea is try to confuse you, or in the bargain try to confuse me. The other idea is that try to look at this concept as a very poor concept. It's an intellectual liability actually as far as this concept is concerned. This is essentially because there are views and counter views about what is a hybrid warfare, what is a grey zone warfare, and have you actually come to the reality that what hybrid warfare is all about. But as far as China is concerned, I think the most important point from China's point of view is that they're just not bothered about these definitional aspects of it. They just go ahead and do it, and people like us say that, oh, it is China's hybrid warfare capabilities and all that. As far as the history of a hybrid warfare, I will not get into the details of it, it has been already spoken about. Only thing, the point which I'd like to try to put it across over here is that there are various constituents of a hybrid warfare. Cyber is only one constituent. But why I am repeating all those things over here is that cyber becomes an issue with all forms of warfare which are associated with a hybrid warfare. Whether you call it as an AI-based warfare, whether you call it as a information warfare, whether you call it as an informationized warfare, whether you call it a fake news, so on and so forth, cyber is a part and parcel of all those things. There are various domains of a hybrid warfare, both as a linear domain and a non-linear domain. We'll not get into the details of it. Actually, what is new as far as hybrid warfare is concerned? As the chair was saying, that the concept of a hybrid warfare in some form or other has been always there. So to my mind, what is new is investments into ICT, that is information and communication technologies, and the cyber domain. So when you're looking at a China from a cyber warfare point of view, please do not try to restrict China in a cyber domain exclusively from a warfare point of view. They are looking at a larger information technology and communication domain, and they are making investments into those domains from a warfare perspective, or from what we are calling as a hybrid warfare perspective. There are certain mix of a hybrid warfare also. I'll only concentrate on the second point over here, that it is a disinformation and cyber attacks. They are the only options as far as the hybrid warfare is concerned. I'm saying it both yes and no, because you all understand that as far as the hybrid warfare is concerned, there are various other tenets also, but cyber becomes a very central point as far as all these aspects of a warfare are concerned. Then in today's world, we are talking of a 6th generation warfare. What is all hybrid about all those things? Basically, you are talking of information technology, getting into the second domain from automatic technology to autonomous technologies, where you got robotic systems which can take their own decisions, so on and so forth. So the information technology becomes a key for this form of a warfare also. You talk of 6th generation warfare, then go to 7th generation warfare, 8th generation warfare. Today we are talking of an industry 4.0 era. Subsequently, we are going to get back into Industry 5.0, so on and so forth. So it's the automation, the machines taking their own decisions is going to be the future. That's what at least it looks like today. Under those circumstances, one has to understand China's investments into cyber domain, not from a typical cyber warfare point of view. As far as China is concerned, as this was rightly pointed out, let's go back to the history from China, right from Sun Tzu's era, where he spoke of winning a war without fighting. And making investments into a cyber domain is nothing but the same type of ideology which has been put forward. Right now, when you're looking at Chinese domain, particularly from the declarations which have come from various political dispensations and all that, by the year 2003, China was pretty clear that how they want to use the information technology for the betterment of their armed forces. As far as this new era is concerned, I thought let me slightly draw something from the Russian thinking also on those things. As far as Russian journal was concerned, he had asked three pertinent questions. He had asked, what is a modern war? What should be the army prepared for? And how should be it armed? As far as the cyber domain is concerned, China is not looking at, trust you me, only at a PLA as an effective option. They are looking at their entire civil military domain and a discourse in these areas, both from a policy point of view and from an operational point of view, as far as cyber warfare is concerned. So cyber warfare may be a baby of a PLA from a policy perspective, but there are various other elements which are involved into it. As it was already pointed out that China has learned its lessons from the 1991 Gulf War. They understood these two gentlemen, the two colonels. I never thought that these colonels also would have thought that they will become so famous worldwide, but all of us without any other sort of a convincing literature are continuously debating based on the one book which they have come out. So as far as China is concerned, they are just looking at a cyber war as an extended domain of their overall warfare thinking. Then there is a idea as far as Chinese literature is concerned about discourse power. Those of you who know Chinese can speak more on it. But you go right from Leninist thinking, subsequently what Mao was thinking, all those ideas which are coming right now in a cyber domain or in the hybrid warfare domain, they were already thought of. Only thing is that now we are questioning that as a cyber warfare. China's approach to hybrid warfare, I think there are theaters of interest are very obvious. Taiwan remains their more or so the basic area where they want to actually implement this sort of a warfare. That's the reason you can see number of attacks which are happening over Taiwanese region, particularly from the cyber domain. Definitely US is another angle which is associated with it, and US is much more concerned about it. But right now it appears that China is focusing more, maybe as a test case, over Taiwan, particularly from a cyber warfare concept. As far as China's cyber capabilities are concerned, there is a doctrinal basis as far as what is the PLA's approach in the domain of a cyber is concerned. China draws like I was making a mention, right from their Leninist organizational principles, how Mao also thought of warfare, and then they understand that having only a war where blood has been shed is not a best option. So they are looking at certain amount of bloodless options also, and cyber war becomes one important element as far as these things are concerned. In recent times, they have come out with a defense white paper in the year 2015 that actually clearly identifies that how China is looking at the aspects of a cyber warfare. Then there is a control of an information domain which they are continuously looking at it. I have got few slides about how they want to control the information domain, where I will talk about it slightly more. As far as PLA is thinking about the concept of a warfare in a domain of a, say, hybrid warfare, let's not get carried away what Americans or Western thinkers think of a hybrid warfare. China has got its own version of a hybrid warfare, and that's why I'm continuously saying, as far as their cyber warfare is concerned, please do not restrict into only a domain of a use of a computers for launching certain amount of attacks. It means much more than that. As far as PLA doctrine is concerned, here I am not referring to any particular doctrine, but usually the PLA strategy and PLA thinking is that the conduct of an informationalized warfare requires extensive knowledge of adversary systems and capabilities. So today's Chinese agenda is more to collect data from all over the world about how other people are working in these domains. And as you all know that as far as data is concerned, as far as your AI-based models are concerned, data is the primacy. And China is making various types of attempts to collect the data, whether it is ground-based systems, space-based systems, or air-based systems. There are multiple systems they are using for collection of a data. As far as Chinese categories of network forces, particularly who are involved into cyber warfare, like I was already making a mention, it's not only the PLA. They have got 3 totally identified structures where they are making investments into the domain of a cyber. PLA is already there. There are various ministries which are also looking at cyber aspects from a different perspective. May not be only from an offensive perspective the way PLA is looking at it, but from basically collection of a data, collection of a intelligence information, so on and so forth. And they have got a good amount of a civilian forces also. Essentially, these forces consist of hackers and all those people who are sitting not only in China, but all over the world to undertake various types of hacking activities, or the activities where they are going to sit into the systems of the adversaries and try to collect the information. The present emphasis of a China in a domain of a cyber is not to destroy the systems of their adversaries, but to sit in the systems of the adversaries, learn more what their adversaries are doing. They have got 4 clearly identified legs as far as Chinese cyber threat is concerned. First is that create disruptive and destructive effects of targeting the critical infrastructure. There have been various attempts by China where they have actually targeted the critical infrastructure of their adversaries in a very limited context, but they have done it in a limited context just to check their technologies. Now it appears that they are fully confident that if need arises, they can actually target the critical infrastructure of their adversaries. Accelerate the sensitive information. This is again a place where China wants to understand what their enemies is doing. So they are not using cyber means just to attack somebody, they are using cyber means actually to understand the enemy more. As far as their range of activities which are concerned, there are many activities, I'm not getting into the details of it. Cognitive domain operations is one interesting area where China is investing now. Man-machine interface and various other techniques, whether it is AI or ML, the investments is becoming pretty evident as far as the domain of informationalized warfare is concerned. China does not have a formal offensive cyber strategy. And I think there is a reason behind this, because as far as China is concerned, they are continuously doing the offensive warfare also. So they are not bothered about whether there is something which is going wrong or some sort of activity is happening, so we need to mount a cyber attack. Just to digress over here, that after Article 370 was abrogated, we had a lot amount of cyber attacks happening on Indian systems. So in a similar fashion, Chinese are not acting. Something goes wrong or is not even going wrong. They are continuously at it as far as doing the cyber operations are concerned. As far as military domain is concerned, they obviously understand, right, gathering information from 1991 Gulf War, that C4ISR is the key, and that is where their cyber plans are there. They have made a very significant investments into the domain of a cyber in the year 2017, where they have almost invested around $17 billion as far as creating an infrastructure as far as the cyber domain is concerned. There's not much of information available in this regard in the open source, but whatever information is there, it clearly indicates that the trajectory which they are going to follow as far as the domain of a cyber is concerned. BRI, right now nothing much is being spoken, particularly after the COVID crisis, about BRI. But if you see before COVID crisis, China has made tremendous amount of investments into the domain of a space, cyber and information technologies, because their entire conceptualization of a digital Silk Road is actually one of the best test cases or a case study which one can undertake. There are a huge amount of investments which were happening in the domain of a technology, cyber technology and a communication technology from a point of view of a BRI, and I'm sure they are not going to give away on this front. Recent Chinese incidences, just to give you a glimpse of how they are doing it, right now it appears that their focus is not basically towards the US. They are undertaking certain amount of attacks within their own vicinity, and it's very interesting that they are doing attacks not only on their adversaries, they are doing attacks on their friends also. So they don't differentiate as far as the domain of a cyber is concerned, friend or a foe. These are just two snapshots about what recent things which are happening as far as the domain of a cyber is there, and how Chinese are making investments and how Americans are concerned about it. There have been certain incidences as far as India is also concerned. you will find a lot amount of information on internet on these aspects. Another area which needs to be looked at of China's making investments into a domain of a cyber is counter space technologies. Here I am not talking of anti-satellite weapons or the laser things, but China is using beautifully the cyber means to jam the satellites. And there have been tremendous amount of information which is available. Even few of the Indian meetings of the higher officials which were also jammed by using cyber means. So China has started jamming satellite systems by using cyber means, and that is a worry of concern for many countries. As far as the data is concerned, US has got a system of XMP4, I think it is X-37B, which is a space plane. Similarly, China has got a space plane, and China is making investments into these technologies essentially to gather information which will eventually help them into their AI-based systems. Recently during Taiwan elections, you must have heard a case where Chinese satellite had just crossed over the border from Taiwanese airspace, and a lot amount of a yuan cry was done. So these are the things which China possibly doing it intentionally. Yeah. Today morning, CDS had raised the issue of near space technologies. I think this is one area where not much of attention is being given. I was so happy that CDS spoke about near space technologies, because when we call a space technology is essentially in a low Earth orbit and above, and our aircrafts try till stratospheric region at the most. So there is an area in between which is a near space. You can see over here between 20 to 100 kilometers, and this is where China is making interesting type of investments today. And why I'm saying that this is a very important aspect, because in addition to their existing Army, Navy, Air Force and Rocket Force, in the year 2023, China has come out with a near space command. And this is the area which we need to make certain amount of investments from our point of view also, because China has understood that this is an area where less amount of money is required. You can just start sending high altitude balloons. Even if a balloon gets shot down, you are not losing much amount of money. And I think that probably the reason why CAS has made this particular comment in today. CDS has made that comment. Then they are making investments into hypersonic weapons also. While summing up, I will say that one term, one meaning, definitions by the US and other Western thinkers as far as the hybrid warfare concerned, we should not juxtapose them as far as Chinese thinking is there. As far as cyber domain is concerned, China is having a very, you can say, a very open approach, where they are not only looking at a cyber warfare in isolation, they are looking at entire information spectrum. As far as network capacities are concerned, they have made significant amount of investment, so on and so forth. What is the crux of the matter as far as the entire world is concerned today is that, will China try to own the internet in the future? I do not have an answer to this question, but if you get into the Chinese literature of a cyber domain, this is one area where China is making investments. And China understands that cyber technology has got certain amount of limitations, and possibly the answer to cyber domain is a quantum technologies, and that is where China is now also making investments. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the very informative and enlightening talk. And so the second speaker is Nitin Gokhale. Sorry, it's going to be. Okay, so the second speaker is going to be NC Bipindra. He's been the research fellow at Defense Research and Studies, has been a journalist for over 20 years, specializing in military affairs, aerospace and defense economics, diplomacy, national security and strategic affairs. He is the editor of Defense Capital magazine and has previously worked at the Times of India, New India Express, Press Trust of India and Bloomberg News. Well, so he is going to speak to us on China's influence operations. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. I also thank CCAS, CEASS, and the Savitribai Phule Pune University for this opportunity to be part of this great effort, and also to be presenting my research work that I've done in 2021. This particular presentation is going to be based on this report. I have a few copies of it with me right now. If anybody wants it, I've given it to a few people. If anybody wants it, they can collect it from me after this. But I'll be going just beyond this report because 2 years have elapsed since the time I did this last report, and I've been continuously following up this particular aspect of China's hybrid warfare in the last 2 years too, so I have something more to add. Maybe some incidents, maybe some insights which I've gathered in the last couple of years since I did this work. I should just press right. Okay, so this is the report that I mentioned. It's on? Yeah, it's on. Essentially, if you look at this particular type of hybrid warfare or three warfare strategy of the Chinese, this is something, is a category of enemy both within and without who are non-identifiable so easily. They are part of you, they are not part of you, they are within the same society, they are working with you. I mean, these are people who is just sitting beside you. I mean, it's something of such a nature, because of which what happens is the Chinese have been tracking very focusedly on all the very important personalities, important people who are working in key strategic sectors in India, be it the defense sector, the nuclear sector, the space sector, the think tanks, opinion makers, politicians, you name them. They have been tracking key personalities in these sectors, and they have been trying to exert their influence on them in some means or the other. So, in fact, some people have fallen victim to this kind of influence operation, both they have been co-opted or they have been targeted. This is one example of a target on former National Security Secretariat, Council Secretariat member, Mr. Sridhar Vembu. There was a targeted attack on him, through Forbes magazine. It was a private matter. It was a divorce case that his wife had filed against him in the US, based on which they did a hit job on him by tarnishing his image just because he was working for the Government of India and the National Security Council Secretariat. By the way, Forbes magazine is very reputed, but let me warn you, at the time of this article, this particular magazine was owned by a Chinese company based out of Hong Kong with state investment companies' investment in that particular company. They took over the Forbes magazine at that point in time, so it was completely owned by the Chinese. Now they have sold it to an Australian later, but at the time of this job that was done, it was owned by the Chinese themselves completely. So now I'll just move on to some 9 sectors that I tracked. This is essentially about the entertainment sector influence operation that was happening. And as rightly pointed out by Sri Jayadev Ranade, General Hanil Chauhan, and also the chair of the session today, the Chinese have been drawing from Art of War of Sun Tzu, and then to win a war without fighting. And obviously, they want to influence each and every sector that has a mass appeal in India to be able to shape up the opinion and the minds of the people. They are essentially trying to take advantage by influencing influencers, peddling propaganda, shaping opinions and perceptions, and trying to get a strategic upper hand over the adversarial nations, particularly India. I am focusing on India, but they do this operation not just in India, but all over the world. Especially all these democratic nations have inherent systemic fault lines. They try to use those fault lines and try to maximize their influence in those countries in different ways. Lawfare is a separate subject. I'm currently doing a work on that lawfare in India, which I'll share as and when it is ready. What do they try to do? In fact, they essentially try to use human weaknesses. I will describe it as four Ds, D for Delta, four Ds, which are dollars, money. Money is a big influence. It's a human weakness. Drinks, which is again a human weakness. If you have that weakness, you're caught in that web of spirits. Then there is drugs. Drug is a huge menace. And there is one more called as the damsels. I'm sorry, I might sound a little sexist, but men are the weaker gender normally. So damsels is another weak area that the Chinese use. Namrita, my good friend here, once explained to me a particular incident where some researchers had gone to China, and one of the research fellows of an institution from Delhi was a victim. They tried to co-opt him through all these weaknesses. Fortunately, he escaped that particular effort by the Chinese. So these are some of the weaknesses, human weaknesses, that they try to use to find people who can work for them in rival nations. And if you don't fall for these weaknesses, but suppose you don't do compromises with your values, then what happens? They try to dissuade you from doing the work that you're doing. They will, if you don't agree, then they will try to dismantle you. Again, four deltas. If you don't fall for the dismantling, then they will try to discredit you, like what they did with Sridhar Vembu. And if even that doesn't work, then they will try to destroy you. These are various, I will give you examples of all that as and when I move forward. So here you find Shah Rukh Khan in one of the film festivals that was organized in China. They have established a separate India-China film industry forum. They invited him, they co-opted him. Then you have, it isn't moving. Okay, so they also figured out how to co-opt people in the censor board. This is one of the very popular movies of called as Rockstar. Ranbir Kapoor was the hero in this movie. In one of the songs, you find this Free Tibet that was aired by the film in some of the theaters. As soon as they came to the Chinese notice, they influenced it, and the Tibet was gone from the screen after that. So these are some of the techniques that they use. This is Amir Khan. Amir Khan's Dangal made a lot of 500 crore in China. These are all efforts to boost his image, both in China and also to gain influence over him. If not many people notice, after this report had come out, probably in 2022, Amir Khan was promoting a Chinese film in India. I don't know how many of you noticed it on his social media handles, and he was paid very handsomely for that particular effort. Then you find influences that are that they exert over civil society today. These are some of the youth dialogue efforts that the Chinese do. One particular youth association in China, in India, has great access to the Chinese embassy today because they do their bidding. They get a lot of funds, they get the premises of the Chinese embassy and all that. Let's also, I'll quickly flip through because these are, my time is very short. This topic is something that can't be covered in 15 minutes. Okay, so I'll come to the media right now. The media, how is media influenced in India? Funds are granted to the media houses in the form of advertorials. You find this is one of the advertorials that appears in one of the leading Indian newspapers today. They also publish magazines through think tanks. And they also do programs and grants along with the media houses today where huge funds are being supplied. Also, there are quid pro quos that happen as far as, I'm sorry, I think all these things are messed up a little bit. Okay, anyway. So, what they generally do is that they start targeting the media houses and through advertorials where they pay a lot of money, and there is quid pro quo that happens once the advertorials happen. I know, in fact, I had one of the slides where the Indian Express had got a lot of money. Yeah, this is the one. So they got a lot of money for this particular advertising that happened when the 73rd anniversary of the founding of the PRC was done. And 10 days post that, they did this hit job begin on India, talking about what India needs to learn from the Chinese, as though we don't have anything better to do. So these are some of the media publications which talked in favor of China. And of course, this is from the Hindu newspaper, which I called as the Global Times of Chennai. So these are some of the social media warriors of the Chinese. What they essentially do is that they buy social media influence by influencing the influencers. This particular tweet came out during the 2020 Ladakh conflict. That is when what these kind of tweets, the opinion articles that are published in the media in favor of China, where some of them, I remember one of the articles said that Indian army or the Indian military cannot withstand the Chinese PLA onslaught for even 5 days. That was one of the headlines of one of the media articles, opinion articles that was published. So the academia, they use the academia to write puff articles in favor of China. The researchers of think tanks are given access, as Mr. Ranade rightly pointed out. They are taken on conducted tours. As they land in China, they are provided a handsome grant for spending on all their weaknesses. And they come back, come back and write puff pieces for China. So these are some of the influence operations that they do. Just going beyond that, you can shut it down. So in fact, I will cover a little bit about what they are trying to do today as far as the economy is concerned. Invest, integrate, increase dependency, these are the 5 I's. Infuse, which is, using India as a dumping ground for cheap products through subsidies. And several economists in India have been co-opted by the Chinese. I recently met a former Director General of ICRIA, which works very closely with the Indian Ministry of Finance, Indian Ministry of Commerce, and other ministries of the Government of India. And as I was chatting with them regarding China's the economic imbalance between the two countries and the kind of trade that happens between the two of us, he actually argued with me that it is quite not possible for India to de-link itself from the Chinese economy at all. I think that was a little, it was surprising to me that even institution with so much of government funding and government is not thinking in the interest of India and is totally favoring. I'm not going to name the person because I'm working on something regarding to the economy, which I'll publish very soon. And also I had an interaction with Internet and Mobile Association of India, which is again a major trade body in the mobile space technology, mobile communication technology. And again, I found them that when India decided to ban Huawei and ZTE in the 5G trials, some of the office bearers of the association, IMA, were again arguing so vigorously in favor of these companies, and I believe that they have been influenced by some of the mobile phone producers of China. This is the kind of impact that they have had on the economic aspect. And traders, people who import Chinese goods, they are a major lobby for the Chinese in India at this point in time. They favor the trade imbalance. They want to benefit out of it. So I'll cover one last aspect on politics. Politics is, again, we find communist parties are the easiest people whom the Chinese can influence. It is not happening just in India. Of course, the Communist Party of Marxist is essentially Communist Party of India. Marxist is pro-China. They work in favor of China. Their statements are in favor of China. But surprisingly, Even some of the opposition parties are now hand in glove with the Chinese Communist Party. They have an MOU which all of you would have already heard about. If you look at the statement of that particular political party, which is the main opposition party in the country today, and the statements that he delivers with regard to Ladakh, when he went there, visited there as part of his, these Bharat Dekho Yatra, whatever he wants to do, you find that he talks, most of his statements are pro-China, pro-PLA, that India is not capable, the soldiers are dying. I mean, all negative sentiments which essentially try to demoralize the armed forces today. Currently, some of the comments are regarding the Agniveer scheme, bringing in the caste element, the caste divide element into it. So essentially, they are playing the Chinese game in India, trying to demoralize the Indian armed forces through this. But what are the challenges as far as the influence operation is concerned? I just have a couple of things to mention. First and foremost is the fifth column that the Chinese have been successful in developing within India. These fifth columnists are promoting anti-national sentiments, doing propaganda, doing lawfare. I know a particular advocate who is currently fighting a legal battle in the Supreme Court of India against a government policy which is totally against the Chinese in the mobile phone space, actually. So, essentially what the Chinese are doing is they're trying to use the useful idiots within India to undermine India itself. So that is where the danger lies. This is a huge challenge. How do we, as I mentioned earlier, they are unidentifiable. A person sitting next to you could be one of those guys. Please don't doubt your neighbor at this point in time. So the other challenge that we have is that through these influence operations, the Chinese are trying to break alliances that India has. We all know the kind of controversy that we have with Canada at this point in time regarding a particular assassination that happened there. But I believe there is a Chinese hand in that particular operation. There are evidences indicating that a Chinese YouTuber has put out evidences in this regard in one of his shows. He's a Chinese national Canadian, or Chinese origin Canadian. He has put out several such videos there, which I believe indicates to several evidences in this regard. So one more aspect I want to cover, which is beyond all this report, is the presence of Chinese nationals, expats who work in India today. One of the data that I've gathered is that within the national capital region, which is Delhi, Gurgaon, Faridabad, Ghaziabad and Noida, there are about 200 companies with huge Chinese investments, and there are a lot of Chinese nationals who are working in these companies. A very reliable source has told me that they draw two salaries. One salary in Beijing and one salary in Delhi. And the salary that they are signing for is collected by the Chinese embassy, and that money is being used to fund all these influence operations today in India. So this is again a breaking of alliances using Chinese diaspora within India, and similar activities are being done in all other countries essentially. I usually encounter two questions when I present this influence operations data to people. One is, don't all nations do it? Didn't the US do influence operation in India? Didn't the Russians do influence operation in India? So these are some of the questions that I encounter. My answer to them is neither US nor Russia has ever tried to undermine India from within. Whether it is democracy or press freedom or whatever. I mean, you can publish your articles in the paper, you can publish your books. The Chinese would not allow that to happen even within India if they gain influence over all these publications. And this has happened. I'm not talking in the air. There are a lot of evidences in this regard which I've drawn from other nations as well. Also, there is a Vienna Convention on Diplomatic conduct, which limits a diplomat's freedom in India, as well as provides freedom. Article 13 and, Article 3 and Article 41. The Article 3 provides them freedom, but Article 41 specifically, despite your immunities diplomatic immunities that you have to respect the law and regulations of the receiving nation, and also you must never use your premises for receiving countries' activities, which the Chinese are doing currently in India today. They are violating all these, particularly Article 41 of the Vienna Convention, they are violating today. Also, one more question that I encounter is, can India do in China what China does in India in terms of influence operation? My assessment is it's impossible to do that. The recent national security laws that the Chinese have enacted, which is again a lawfare, the mandates that firms, students, expats, all of them need to provide whatever information that they get, which they think is in Chinese, which is not in Chinese's interest, needs to be shared with the government first. And the 2022 border law issue is also one other lawfare that they indulge in, and I think probably that is going to continue to be a major challenge for us. With that, I think my time is up. I have just 5 book recommendations if you're interested. The first one, I can give you the list if you want later also. Chinese Spies, from Chairman Mao to Xi Jinping, by Roger Falligot. Silent Invasion, this is the second book. Chinese Influence in Australia by Clive Hamilton. Please do read it. The third one is Spies and Lies, How China's Greatest Covert Operation Fooled the World, by Alex Joske. Excellent book, in fact. My fourth recommendation is Hidden Hand, Exposing How the Chinese Communist Party is Reshaping the World. This is again by Clive Hamilton and Mark A. Holberg. It's again an excellent book which all of you need to read. Beijing's Global Media Offensive. This is my fifth recommendation. China's Uneven Campaign to Influence Asia and the World, by Joshua Kurlansky. Please do read these books. It's an excellent exposition of the influence operation that the Chinese exert all over the world. With that, I exceeded my time. I'm extremely sorry for that, but thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, Bipin, thank you for the very interesting talk, full of illustrations and full of cautions, which all of us need to be concerned about and be watchful in society. So thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Nitin Gokhale, and he needs no introduction. So I'm just going to abridge his long resume by saying that he's a communications specialist, media entrepreneur, strategic affairs analyst, and author of more than a dozen books on military history, insurgencies, and wars. So he's going to speak to us on countering China's propaganda warfare. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I always get embarrassed when people read out those long introductions. So thank you for that particular cutting out all the frivolous requirements there. But I know this is a kind of a graveyard shift despite not having lunch. This is not post-lunch, but I promise that I'll not take more than 12 to 13 minutes in this, because you've already heard me earlier, at least asking questions. So when we talk about Chinese influence operations, which Bipindra has so elaborately and so fluidly described what they do, but it is necessary to understand what are the tools that they employ in trying to undermine or initiate operations before actual kinetic operations start, if at all. Because their basic premise in the Chinese mind, I think in the PLA and the leadership, is winning wars without, winning wars without fighting. So therefore, what do they do? They operate at 3 different levels. One is the strategic psychological operations, which employs articles, opinion pieces against leadership of their adversarial countries. So for instance, they will talk about weak leader. In India, they were used to weak leadership from 1989 to 2014, where coalition governments meant there were compulsions of various decision making. So they would write about the infirmities in democratic systems and how Chinese systems are better. Overt and covert media manipulation happens and use the very democratic system in which we operate or we have in India or in the other democracies, where government critics have a free run field, free field, and without restrictions, where you can pick up the pen or go on television and criticize the government, as we have seen during the recent Ladakh crisis and earlier. So they use those critics of the government to push their narrative, push their agenda. Exploitation of national and international legal systems has already been spoken about under the legal warfare. The other thing that they do is to release new maps, talk about historical claims when it suits them, about boundaries and past utterances. They also use think tankers and influencers in Western countries to talk about India's weaknesses. I'm now particularly talking about India context, about weaknesses in India's military or their lack of capability, and how China is 3 times stronger than the Indian military and how its economy is 5 times bigger than Indian economy, and therefore India should not aspire to be an equal. All this keeps on happening through three or four different layers: articles, influence operations, through television interviews, through think tank reports, and through seminars and conferences which happen across the country. So how do you sort of get over this, or how do you at least begin to counter this kind of widespread influence operations, and not just restricted to media? Media, of course, Bipin Rai has already said this, and I have been part of some of those tours, to be frank, when I was working with mainstream television channel like NDTV. We have gone on 10, 15-day trips to China, been to areas where they wanted us to go. Of course, they always chaperone you around. There's always somebody shadowing you. So those are all conducted tours, and you're meant to write only the good things about what's happening in China. So I've done that before, and therefore one is aware that this is a deliberate attempt. Apart from that, you must understand that the Chinese have spread their news and information network across the globe. Xinhua, CGTN, their embassies, information departments, they are very, very active. And then recently, or maybe about 4 years ago, they got into this act of wolf warriors, where their diplomats would use the very platforms created by the West, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and attack democratic systems or make provocative statements, threaten media. And by the way, in August 2020, I was also threatened, and me and my website was also threatened, in case you don't know, by the Chinese embassy in Delhi, because we put out a factual video called Shitler, comparing the rise of Xi Jinping and Hitler and their political journey, and how they eliminated their political rivals, how they captured institutions, giving the various stages of their life and their public life. And I got a call from the PR department of the Chinese embassy in Delhi saying, please delete that video. When I said that option doesn't exist, they said, well, you'll face severe consequences, negative consequences, and said, we are giving you 24 hours to do it. I didn't do it. I, in fact, offered them a counter, a space for giving their counter and saying, this is not true. But they never came back. But the fact is, now I am a marked man, and I know that I cannot go to any territory wherever the Chinese are or controlling the territory. So like my friends joke with me, you can go to China, certainly, but there's no guarantee you will come back. So I'm not going to take that chance, whether I need to go to Hong Kong or to China or not. But coming to countering the propaganda, which is my subject here, I think there are ways of using the Chinese methods themselves. And when let's go back to the Dolam or the Doklam incident in 2017, when the Chinese went berserk. They issued new maps. They cited the 1898 Sikkim-Tibet Treaty to justify their claim. They also threatened India, saying, you will suffer more humiliating loss than 1962 if you don't behave, if you don't withdraw. All that happened. Luckily, at that point in time, a decision was taken in the Indian establishment not to react to any of this propaganda. So that's one weapon, one way of countering it, what I call strategic silence. So strategic silence was very effectively used at that point in time in that episode, where you made one statement right at the beginning of the crisis and one statement at the end of the crisis, and only allowing Bhutan and not India to issue those statements diplomatically, which actually riled Chinese no end, because it's like ignoring them and not joining the battle actually angered them much more. And they went further berserk in trying to attack Indian interest and Indian position on Doklam or Dolam. So they in fact made so many claims. They even issued the People's Daily the front page of People's Daily dated September 22, 1962, when the war really began in the eastern sector, where they attacked and they said India was humiliated. They also spoke about the other humiliations in various places. But finally, how do you counter them on a regular basis is something that I'm going to finally talk about in my last two points that I'm going to make. To counter-attack, you have to know the enemy. That's an old military adage, and it's true of even propaganda warfare or influence operations or information warfare, whatever you want to call it. Unfortunate part in India for a long time was that we didn't have enough visibility about the Chinese system, the Chinese media ecosystem, the Chinese blogs, Chinese chat forums or WeChat, how it operates. Fortunately, that is changing and changing very fast. So what is the first step one must take? Those who are in charge of countering Chinese propaganda, and any one of us can be part of that, we must study the Chinese blogs and Chinese language forums, which I think Mr. Ranade, and then there are a couple of other think tanks who do it very diligently on a daily basis. Not the English language Global Times, which of course all of us access, want to know about China. We think that is what China thinks, but that's only one part of it. So People's Daily, China Daily, the PLA's dailies, military dailies which are there, they must be studied. Their forums must be accessed or at least watched and digested. They must be analyzed. Because during the Ladakh crisis, some of my interns and researchers who know the language and who could go into their system because of the language ability that they had, they said that before and after every round of talks, if you went to those forums and looked at what people were saying, common people were saying, you got a dipstick of the sentiments that were prevalent. So for instance, on 21st February 2021, when the disengagement took place on the Kailash Range mountains, the tone and tenor in the Chinese blogs and Chinese articles on web portals of the Chinese language was that and withdrawal from the Finger 4 and Finger 8 area, between Finger 4 and Finger 8 on the north bank of the Pangangso. The tone and tenor in the Chinese websites and blogs was that why has China acceded to this demand? Because we have lost our ability to go to Finger 4. And this, I don't think too many people in the Indian establishment took note of, because we thought we have won, but the Chinese leadership was also targeted by some of the bloggers. Maybe they got punished later or they got targeted later, one doesn't know. But there are certain websites which I was pointed out to that this is what had happened that time, that they were not happy about the lack of equidistance, as what they called, of withdrawal of forces in Pangangso or on the North Bank. So what does one do? I think the strength of the Indian democracy and Indian media must be used to rattle the Chinese. How do you do it? Or our think tanks must do more and more such studies, more and more such seminars, talk about the Chinese perfidy, give examples, and before and after every round of talks, not just the Ladakh talks, but maybe the larger diplomatic talks, I think we should have different people speaking in different voices. Because in my experience, nothing scares the Chinese more than the Indian media. those who have been in the Indian official delegations will tell you that they always say, why don't you control the Indian media? Why are they criticizing the talks? Why are they talking about things that have not been discussed? So use that strength, the diversity, the various languages that we have, and attack the Chinese. And the Indian establishment can easily say that we are a democracy. We don't control the media, which they never get. The Chinese complaint always has been in those 15, 20 years that I have been traveling into China, has always been to the Indian diplomats and to Indian officials, why can't you control X, Y, Z? Why can't you ask him or her not to write all this? When the Indian diplomats or officials say that we don't control these newspapers in that sense, like the way you do, Xinhua or People's Daily, they just can't believe it. And those of you who have negotiated with the Chinese on the border will tell you that they are constantly afraid of details being leaked during the talks or after the talks. So use old footage, use their own statements where they have said that let's put aside the boundary issue or let's solve the boundary issue. All their statements must be flung into their face, which we don't do because we don't do enough research. So that's one way of countering their propaganda. Most specialists should be prepared to talk about Chinese hypocrisy. While they support Pakistan in their quest to acquire nuclear weapons and do all that, they want India to remain a non-nuclear power. They oppose India in the NSG. We must keep talking about all these issues much more than we do. We are shy of doing that. The fear of public opinion and fear of media opinion is very much there in the Chinese minds, which we must use. That is a deterrence. I also use the football analogy. The Chinese really like order and discipline in their approach to talks, to the way they negotiate with other countries, and especially with India. And my friend Vijay Gokhale has written a full book on that, how to negotiate with the Chinese. Do read that. But my own conclusion with the Chinese is, if you understand football, and I know many youngsters here would see the English Premier League or the Football League in England, Manchester United, Chelsea, Manchester City and all that. So the Chinese like or are very good in what I call set pieces. Set pieces means free kick or penalty kicks. The moment the opponent starts dribbling, which means doing unusual things, the Chinese don't know what to do. So use unusual methods, use methods that they are uncomfortable with in terms of countering the propaganda. Make virtue out of the democratic system while you negotiate with them or when you are speaking about it. In between, speak about Dalai Lama. Another formula that I have devised when talking to the Chinese elsewhere, they are afraid of 3 T's: Tibet, Tiananmen, and Taiwan. Speak about these issues, bring up these issues and let them talk about it. And talk about how Dalai Lama we have given this. So play on the 3 T's weakness. You can do multiple things. So be unusual, be unconventional. Don't give them a set pattern to counter or a set pattern to attack India or have influence operations. That's the conclusion that I have reached. My own conclusions, you may have a different opinion, but something worth discussing and debating further. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent talk. Our last speaker is Dr. Kiran Karnik, a columnist and author. His books and columns range across various areas, focusing especially on use of technology. Widely recognized for his work in the IT sector as President NASSCOM from 01 to 08. And he's been on many corporate boards. He was the director on the board of Reserve Bank of India and has been on many key government committees, including Scientific Advisory Council to Prime Minister and the National Innovation Council. So I'm just going to abridge so that I give you more time for your talk. And he's going to be speaking to us on China's AI capabilities. So over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, all. Particular thanks to the organizers. A pleasure to be here and to spend a day and a half listening to such eminent experts. I'm learning a lot. Let me start right away. The Chairman gave an excellent introduction to hybrid warfare and its various dimensions, definitions, and so on. I looked at all the various definitions and I sort of sorted things out in my mind to create what I thought would be something which I would define, picking from all the work that's been done so far. I would look at it as the hybrid warfare is the direct or indirect use by a country of its comprehensive national capabilities to cajole, persuade, or force another country to do as the former desires and to win battles. And I think it encompasses these dimensions right from the kinetic conventional warfare to just persuading and cajoling, and we see a lot of that. There are many, many examples, and again, between the speakers, we've already had a sampling of some of what can be done. We didn't talk too much about the economic dimensions, particularly related to trade and sanctions and so on, but those are well known too. And it encompasses many and all these in various ways. Underlying many of these, if not almost all now, is a deep technological base. And in that base, increasingly, it is artificial intelligence that's beginning, let me say, but already visibly so, to play a key role as what you would call a force multiplier in all these areas, one way or the other. In some cases, it is as a restrictive method, and I'll come to that in a moment. In some ways, it is as in increasing the impact of what you do, as in what you just heard both Mr. Bipindra and Mr. Gokhale talk about in terms of influencing and using media and trying to get to people to what they do. And of course, in a very, very large way, it is what Group Captain Leve spoke about in the cyber area, and of course, in space and related areas. If you look at examples of this, and I don't want to go through a whole history of them, I mean, you can start maybe with half facetiously but truly Aswatthama from the Mahabharata, and with Aswatthama is dead, between being true and misinformation planted intentionally to get Drona to drop his weapons, it worked. And then from Greek mythology, of course, you have the Trojan horse infiltration. So we've had this, it's nothing new. But it's continued over the ages, got more sophisticated, got more complex. In recent times, among the much quoted examples is the Israel-Hezbollah war, if you like, in 2006. And the perception, rightly or wrongly, spread very successfully is that Hezbollah gave the Israelis a bit of a bloody nose. That's an exaggeration, it may not be true, but it seemed that for the first time in many, many decades, the Israelis didn't walk all over the place. And much of that is attributed to the success of the perception battle, which Hezbollah seems to have fought very successfully, apart from the use of technology. And I said, you may agree or disagree, but this is sort of doing the rounds as a case study. The other example, surprisingly quoted very little, and a great contrast to the Russians, is between what they did in Crimea in 2014 and what they did in 2022 in an invasion of Ukraine. In the first case, they used hybrid warfare very successfully, using the local population, using local militia, and what were called little green men, Russian probably troops in non-battle dress, and a huge amount of influence. They built a groundswell, successfully annexed Crimea, and left very little room and very little time for anybody to react or do anything. On the other hand, having learned that lesson, one is very surprised why they chose a frontal battle, which they had bogged down in. So one doesn't know what the whys and changes in strategy and what was the perception fed or misfed to them about how they'll have a walkover if they enter. But the 2014 is an example of how very successfully the whole process of misinformation, planting information, infiltrating, using local populations was carried out. Now look at this and get it up to more recent times and see what could happen with some of these if you begin to use technology on a scale that is already being used. Population scale influence through, say, social media, through, you heard some of it, newspaper articles, which don't go as widely but are very, probably as much in terms of influence. Blogs, meetings, seminars, just influencing the mind space of those who make decisions, and importantly, of the local population. Do they feel motivated? Do they feel defeated? And here, when I come back to Ukraine in 2022, you can see the tremendous success of what Ukraine has achieved. Many, many people, and most of you would know this as much or better than I do, did think that at least as a segment of the Ukrainian population will have sympathy for the Russians, and they don't like this ex-comedian who's become their president. But he rallied not just his troops, metaphorically, but his populace through media, through information. And much of that information was going out on media, social media, using sophisticated techniques of mass dissemination. And he was able to get the population completely behind him, able to, most importantly, get world opinion by and large behind him, which hit holds substantially. And I think it's one of the examples of what information can do, and particularly what information can do when tied with technology, which takes us forward. Let me cut to China just in a few minutes. I've taken up too much time on this than I intended to. And China is using and looked at artificial intelligence as first for its economy and then for its military, or maybe in the reverse order. It seems, and again there are more experts here than I would dare to aver an opinion, but it seems to me that they have been a little slower in using artificial intelligence for other more subversive means. But they're on it now. So far their focus has been on military use and on the economy. And here, I must maybe give a nuance to what Mr. Ranade said earlier about implying that the Chinese were behind. I think they're catching up very, very, very fast. The trade restrictions on exports of chips have hit them. They've probably hit the American companies who make money out of it even more, but the Chinese have been hit. But they've been very quick in countering these sanctions and trade restrictions. Many of you may have picked up a report of new Chinese artificial intelligence-driven neurosurgeon assistant, which is able to advise on neurosurgery by doing a model not as large as a ChatGPT model, nor is it necessary, because here the subject is restricted to neuroscience, but building a model to help the neurosurgeons. And interestingly, that model uses GPUs, or graphic processing units, which are essential for artificial intelligence, as most of you would know. 50% of them are imported from NVIDIA, obviously, but 50% are made by Huawei, on a Huawei design by a Chinese company, SMIC, which is catching up fast. And the two may not quite be comparable, but they are getting there. Homegrown design, homemade production, I might say. So I am not as sanguine about trade restrictions affecting their growth. I think, as we have seen in our own country, restrictions have pushed them hard. They put a lot more money into R&D in AI, a lot more effort, and are pushing very, very hard on the pedal of where they get. Meantime, they have other methods, and this is interesting, talking more of AI. They continue to get imports from NVIDIA. The US put, as you all know, trade sanctions on the level, you might say, of GPUs that NVIDIA could export to China. NVIDIA, a US company, immediately changed the specs to be just below that level. And now, of course, the US authorities are mad about it and trying to bring restrictions there. But they've got away. The indirect imports continue to flourish, and the US has pushed, you might say, as a part of hybrid warfare I mentioned earlier, cajoled, let me say, countries like the UAE, which were conduits for US exports to them and from there to China, and they've stopped that. But guess what? Singapore, a close US ally, you might say, continues to do that. And the US hasn't yet, when I last saw, imposed any restrictions on re-export from Singapore. As a result, exports from Singapore to China of these sophisticated chips has gone up by 5x in the last 1 year. So you can see where they're getting their chips from. They don't seem to have difficulty, nor has the tap been turned off successfully. It's been restricted, there are constraints. The Chinese are hurting, but they found a way around between indigenous development and somehow getting these chips there. Meantime, the US has gone one step further, knowing the Chinese are on the R&D path, and restricted exports of the machines that make the very wafer from which the chip comes. And there's really only one major company that does really high-end stuff, ASMC in Netherlands. So the pressure was put on ASMC, and they've restricted certain kinds of very, very sophisticated lithographic machines which are used, but other machines continue. And I just saw the figures, 23 versus 22, the last quarter of 23, exports from ASMC to China are 50% more in 1 year. So you can continue to see that they're pushing hard and succeeding in getting through a lot of the stuff. Now this should worry us because, as I mentioned, I don't want to go into detail on it, it's well known, the military uses of this are phenomenal. The non-military uses by way of intelligence gathering, reconnaissance, communication are phenomenal. The insidious means, whether through social media or otherwise, are very, very powerful. And, we can play the battle of trying to match them, but frankly, we are far behind. Our hope, as in all asymmetric warfare, is that we don't need the same level of technology. With lower levels of technology, we could pretty much, Nitin just mentioned some of it, begin to do a lot more than we do. But it needs focused attention. In the long term, if we are to meet our ambitions, we need to put a huge thrust on R&D. Our R&D figures are dismal, very frankly. And this is not propaganda picked up from elsewhere, which is being repeated. The figures are government figures. We have not made any progress or investments in R&D. Although our researchers per million, look at any figures, are 1/3 of China, 1/6 of the US, 1/5 of Korea. Our GDP or R&D to GDP expenditure is half China's and 1/4 South Korea's. I mean, these are scary figures when you realize the future of our, you might say, national pride and survival and the economic growth depends on technology. So very strong plea I would make in terms of recommendation that we need to look at ways of using the capabilities that we have, even if they're low level, and second, of really focusing on what we need to do. There's a lot of lip service. Let's see it translated on the ground in terms of real work. Third, huge scope for collaboration with friendly countries in this. Most countries, if not all around the world, want a diversification from the China chain, and countries would be willing to help us, as they are beginning to establish our own facilities, our own design, our own capabilities. Some maybe with some hesitation because we are a long-run superpower, but there will be many who, looking ahead for the 10, 15 years ahead, would be willing to help us as a counter to China. So we should use this time window, which we have, to really tie up collaborations, get what we can, push ahead far. Let me stop there. Thank you.
So thank you for the very interesting and thought-provoking talk. And so I think we are now open for questions. And yes, sir.
So right off in the beginning, I should like to express very high, sincere appreciation of the brilliance of the presentations right from the beginning by the chairperson, Air Marshal Soman. They're really extremely informative and insightful. I have three thoughts to contribute in this connection. First, that in the matter of influence operations, there is all that China is doing sui generis in terms of what it originates from within itself is one dimension. The other is a very systematic, very well planned and very efficiently executed policy of feeding off the best knowledge that is available in the West. So if one, for example, studies the lists of admissions in all the Western universities, whether in the United States or any of the other countries comprising the West, we would find that in STEM courses, that is science, technology, economics, and mathematics, you will find a tremendous list of Chinese students. And they have a very clear policy of absorbing the best breakthroughs in knowledge in these subjects and then feeding it back for use in China. And they also have espionage duties and responsibilities, and including spying on each other, because their near and dear are held hostage back in China. Second, they also concentrate greatly on the leading institution in the US, in the world, which is in the US, namely the Monterey Institute of International Studies, where there is the finest interpretation course for English Mandarin studies. There also, if you see the admission lists of entrants allowed, it's dominated in the ratio of about 10 to 1 by Chinese students with similar responsibilities. Number three, there is in China, and the Chinese regime is acutely aware of it, a vast allegiance among the masses to the Buddha, to Buddhist deities, and to Buddhism. And Chinese regime, which consists, of course, of about 85 million Communist Party members, who are made members only after passing very strict tests of merit, and dominated by their hierarchy, ultimately by the oligarchy, and finally by the apex leadership, are very wary, extremely wary of the fact that the mass allegiance to what the Buddha, Buddhist deities and Buddhism is extremely deep and unchangeable among the masses. So they try to promote Confucianism, and those that explains the Confucius centers that they try to set up everywhere. So these are three areas, two of which we can replicate if we are very purposeful about it, with due incentives. And number three, we should keep on highlighting the fact and in fact drawing upon the allegiance within China to the Buddha and Buddhism. Thank you, sir.
Sir, would you want some kind of a comment on it? I think it was essentially a comment from your side.
Yes, sir, I think I agree with you on all the 3 points that you mentioned, sir. First and foremost, what I understand is that in India, the Confucius institutes are not allowed at this point in time. So essentially, they have camouflaged the institutes as study centers, and they are functioning, operating from a couple of institutions at this point in time. One is NCR-based private university. Can I name organization, sir? What is the protocol? Okay, so one is the O.P. Jindal University, which is operating out of the NCR. The other one is IIM Shillong. And one more which I remember is the IIT Chennai campus. So they are also operating in a couple of other areas also. And they camouflage them in the name of study centers, and they try to indoctrinate students into their influence operations activities. So with regard to what is happening in the US of sending students there and acquiring knowledge and getting back people and also spying on each other and all that, I mean, we are all aware of the police stations that are operating outside China, Chinese police stations operating outside. There are 5 that are operating out of, I think in Toronto and Canada. There are 5 police stations within one city. So, and it has a massive Chinese diaspora population there. So I am in total agreement with all the 3 points that you mentioned here, sir. Just to add, sir, I think it is also, I mean, even if there is a dissent among the diaspora against the Communist Party of China, they are not able to freely express it because of this fear of being spied by somebody. I mean, as I mentioned, it is indistinguishable who's a spy and who's not. So essentially they are suspicious of each other. And I think one of the students of yours, sir, who's with your institution, mentioned that even within China, they are suspicious of each other and they don't really come out and help out each other at all, even if somebody is in distress. So that's the kind of culture that has percolated into the Chinese society, and it manifests itself even outside when they go abroad and study or work or settle in other places.
Hello, sir. My name is Sakshay Pradhan, student of Diploma in Ambedkar Thoughts and National Security. My question is to the chair. Sir, you spoke about hybrid war. We've heard and studied about total war. So, sir, how does hybrid war differ from total war, and the implications of hybrid war, are they as same as total war or do they differ?
I think what you need to remember as far as hybrid war and the way the Chinese wage it is concerned, it's already on. You know, that's what I mentioned, it's a kind of an incipient war, which is kept below the conventional levels. It's a kind of a very informal kind of a, confrontation that is taken up with the adversary. So it is on at all times. You know, it's, as I said, it's a kind of a process that they follow. You know, they couldn't really care in terms of what you think, but they have to go ahead with that process because ultimately, you know, it's, they want to get more political power for their party, you know, in a sense, and it's all being worked towards their political objectives, you know, and that ultimate objective is to, you know, for them to become the lead global power by 2049. As far as total war is concerned, I think there's a fair amount of difference. Now, you know, I don't exactly know what do you want to know in total war?
Right, sir. I got my answer. I wanted to just check, is it the same thing or is it different?
Yeah, so right now what they've graduated into is, I made a mention about, the unrestricted war. Then they brought in the three, warfares. Then they talked about informationized and intelligentized warfare. Ultimately, now they have settled to, you know, some kind of a hybrid war, which I told you what the definition is, okay?
I'm AVM Bahadur. Just a comment, sir. In all this discussion, we need to be careful that we don't demonize our adversary, because by doing that, we put blinkers on to our reactions. I mean, come to think of it, we need to give the adversary his due. And I'm not pro-China by any chance. Okay? What happens is that when you start looking down, our reactions get tailored to a certain extent. So just remember that our adversary has landed on the other side of the moon, the darker side of the moon. It has got a space station which the world will not have. Okay? So let's give the devil its due and then plan. By all this demonizing thoughts, our reactions may get colored and may not be optimal. Just that. Thank you.
I think I quite agree with you. You know, whenever you're forming your opinions, need to ensure that there's no predisposition, there are no prejudices, there are no biases, because that's certainly going to affect your thinking and in terms of kind of the reaction that you're wanting to engage. Thank you.
Sir, I think there is no demonization that is happening here. We are only pointing out what are the challenges and threats that are available at this point in time as China rises at this point in time. And one more thing is, if the indicators have evidences to back it, I believe, I think we need to take it at face value at that point in time, if there is evidence to back what anybody's stating about it. I mean, I think if Nitin wants to respond.
I just wanted to say that that's exactly what I said, that we must study China much more rather than take, and that was the tendency for a long time, that we were conditioned by the Western literature on China. Because it's easy to read, we are all comfortable in the English language. We didn't study China through our own prism, which very few people who are specialists on China employed by the government or in the intelligence services or in the military. In fact, the Indian military did not have specialists on China, frankly. I mean, language was such a weakness in the Indian military. That's exactly the point, that we, without demonizing, study the adversary. Unless you know the adversary, you're not going to have your countermeasures and counter strategies for the adversary. So I'm glad that in the Indian Army, for instance, there are now officers from the rank of major upwards who are specializing on deployments along the Chinese, along the LAC, as well as going through the language courses. and becoming specialists. So one example comes to mind is Lieutenant General Y.K. Joshi, who spent his entire life post-Kargil in Ladakh or in China, or dealing with China in the Military Operations Directorate. He was battalion commander in Kargil, but a brigade commander in Tangseh, Major General in 3 Div in Karu, Lieutenant General in 14 Corps in Leh, and Army Commander in Northern Command when the crisis broke out. So there are things that are improving, but we need many more numbers, many more people specializing on China. That was the point that I was trying to make, and not demonize the Chinese, really.
Hello. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I myself, Beouf. I'm from Manipur in the northeast. During Sino-India War 1962 to 1963, China started occupying the northern side and eastern side of the Indian region. Luckily, US President Kennedy has helped me to defend India from China. My question is about your view on that. If northeast has been occupied by China, and what shall will be the India focus on it, sir? If China occupy northern state of India, what will be the India strategy?
I think it's a very hypothetical question. It's never going to happen. I can assure you that.
Sir, suppose it happened, then what will be the, sir?
It won't.
Sir, I just add one point.
Air Marshal Gokhale wants
Sir, if I may just, I wanted to add to what I said to AVM Bahadur's comment on the issue. Sir, I think essentially, I mean, if we are able to understand what China does and prepare for the worst case scenario, I think that will help us to do better when the actual need to respond arises, the occasion for a need to respond arises. That's my effort, sir.
No, the point is like this. No offense meant. It's like this. When I was a kid, maybe 6th, 7th class, when we used to make those scrapbooks, my dad said, write letters to embassies, they will send you material, to make that picture scrapbook. So I wrote to the American embassy, the Russian embassy, and the Chinese embassy. Only the USSR embassy. Only the USSR embassy replied back. And they sent me a big potha. The point at issue is, at that time, all right, so that point that only China is doing it, and is the Russians not doing it now, are the Americans not doing it now, is not correct. If India had a chance, we would do it ourselves. So what I'm trying to get at is, there are young minds around here in the hall, that the reality must be understood. And when we understand the reality, my only point was, the other side, your reactions, therefore, are that much cogent. That's all.
Yeah. I'm Major General Shishir Mahajan. After him, I shall go. Okay, sir. In the last 2 days, the media is flooded with the issue of electoral bonds. Who's funded whom, which shell company has been used. So I want to just talk about the influence operations. Is there any news at all of any Chinese funding coming this way for its political parties through the electoral bonds?
This is an out of syllabus question, and I'm going to hand it over to Bipin.
Yeah, of course, there are evidences in other parts of the world where this kind of an influence operation on the electoral funding of local candidates by China has come out, and in fact, I did share with a couple of people that I did have some information with regard to the Karnataka State Assembly elections and what had happened. But leave that aside, I'll talk about Canada. Canada, the Liberal Party of Trudeau, Justin Trudeau, several of their candidates were funded by the Chinese. There are evidences that have come out in the form of reports by their own intelligence agencies in this regard. Investigations have happened in this regard. Not just the Liberal Party, even the opposition Conservative Party candidates have been chosen by the Chinese specifically to fund them and to keep them on their side, so that as and when, I mean, essentially what is the political influence operation that the Chinese do? They want essentially the rival or friendly nation's government to formulate policies that are in China's interest. Every nation looks at their national interest, essentially. So that is what has happened. I do have information on Karnataka elections. And I've not analyzed the electoral bronze that you mentioned about, which is occupying the minds of the people at this point in time as we head towards an election. But I'm certain that some of the money routed through the electoral bond could have, perhaps have, all these disclaimers have some kind of a Chinese backing or a background, shell companies, all that is possible, but I have not inquired into that.
Just because you spoke about elections, yesterday's article in the Global Times says, one opinion piece, that India should not use the tension with China as an election issue. They're trying to tell India that don't bring us into the thing, but actually they want them or their issues to be brought into the election. They're actually saying this. So that they watch very carefully, they will react to it, they will write articles saying how flawed Indian democracy is, look at the corruption in election bond. Just wait for another week or so, there'll be an article in Global Times on this. So that always happens. We also do it. And it's not that, this particular seminar is about China. Therefore, we're talking about influence operations of China. Russians are past masters at it. So are the Americans. So we haven't spoken about them because that's not the subject of this seminar, and therefore no mention of that right now.
My question is about cyber. You mentioned there is a Silk Route, and along with it there is a fiber Silk Route, etc. Recently you hear about the Houthis cutting the undersea cables. I really wonder as to how much Chinese are preparing, because I don't think they are worried about, at the moment capable of having their own Starlink as alternate. And on the cyber attack, of course, we don't talk about our own offensive capability, but I know that Taiwanese and all of us keep getting hit many times. I mean, Taiwan, I'm told, is something like 20,000 a day or something like that. And at the moment, Ukraine has been thwarting all the kind of problems that you mentioned, Mr. Karnik, that, they have been able to stop the Russian attacks. So how capable are we, and what would be the vulnerabilities of China?
So as far as internet is concerned, China has twofold strategy. One is that stream like Elon Musk Starlink, they have got a constellation of around 1,200 or 300 satellites. It's in making, so they have not finalized it, but they have totally identified it. The industry is prepared. They are producing those satellites. So it's only a matter of time that they will launch it. As far as sea route cables are concerned, it's slightly a dicey territory because they are going in the open seas. So Chinese are careful as far as making an impact over there. They want to have an alternative sort of an internet to shut down the existing part of internet. They don't want to destroy the sea cables, to best of my knowledge.
Can I ask one last question? Yeah, I'm Prabhavati.
Okay.
My question is that we are talking about the world, but so far we have just talked about USSR, China. How about the influence of China in Latin America and Africa? I think Mr. Nitin maybe could answer my question. Like, can we study those to understand how the China spreads its influence?
You see, as far as China's influence in these countries are concerned, they had issues, particularly these countries identifying not China but Taiwan as a real China. So they started making investments in that context. And now most of the countries in those regions have started identifying China as a real China. So they have used various means, right from technology demonstration, right from investment into energy sources. More importantly, Africa is rich of minerals. They have created structures over there for managing minerals also. So their agenda has been always to ensure that none of these countries recognize Taiwan.
Okay, I think we've had a very fairly long session, and I'm sure people are feeling hungry. So I'm going to keep my closing remarks very cryptic. What I intend doing is, we've covered a large canvas in terms of cyber information and propaganda warfare. There's a fair amount of commonality and overlap in various aspects. The objectives are known. The way it is going to be conducted under hybrid is known, and so are the counters. So I don't think I'm going to really dwell on that, except in terms of propaganda, what Nitin had suggested, that we need to counter the propaganda more effectively. We need to do a little more research and then issue timely rejoinders and rebuttals. So these are all the known devils. But what I'm a little concerned about, the actual devils which are going to germinate through AI. And I'm just going to make a few quick points. As artificial intelligence is actually playing a very central element in China's effort to enhance its influence on the world stage. So that is something what we need to be mindful. Dr. Karnik also made a mention that the sanctions that have been imposed by the US really don't have any effect on them. In fact, it has resulted in a kind of a drive for technological self-sufficiency and sovereignty as far as China is concerned. And I read somewhere, I believe the investment that they've made in AI is close to about $13.6 billion. So that is what we are looking at. A second thing, what actually has really helped them is, there are a fair number of AI models in open source. So you really don't have to get into the intricate algorithms and all. And the Chinese, as I said, are quite smart. So they made rapid technological progress. And they've, that is something what could facilitate some kind of a parity with the West. And the last point that I want to say is, as far as Chinese advancements in AI are concerned, these are not mere demonstrated feats or achievements. They've actually gone about introducing them into their industrial manufacturing and infrastructure needs. So that is also something what we need to take a note of. So with that, I think all that remains for me is to compliment my panel of speakers here. I think all of your talks have been very insightful, have generated a lot of thought. And of course, the fact that so many questions were asked just goes to indicate that you sold your wares well, So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. And thank you all the panelists. So we'll just wind up. The post-high tea. In the first session, we had an opportunity to listen to Jaidev Ranade sir and Mr. Nitin Gokhale's conversation, wherein they shared their insights as to whether China can fulfill its strategic agenda, which was very informative for all of us. So thank you, Jaidev sir and Nitin Gokhale sir. The second session on China's hybrid warfare was chaired by Air Marshal S.S. Oman, retired, PBSM, AVSM, VM, along with the speakers. And thank you, sir, for the outstanding work that you did in chairing this session and making it a great success. Group Captain Ajay Lele, sir, Nitin Gokhale, Mr. N.C. Bipindra, and Dr. Kiran Karnik did an excellent job in sharing their insights on China's hybrid warfare. I'm sure their presentations at this session and their expertise is going to help all of us. Thank you once again. Thank you. So today we wind up the day, and tomorrow we begin at 10:30 sharp for the third session that will be continued. So thank you all of us. Thank you, the audience. So tomorrow we start at 10:30 sharp.